Okay, I think everything's live. I think we're fine. Hello, 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 hello. It's the Metal over here at the Vomitorium. If my voice sounds weird today, I am still sick, still recovering a bit. We moved. I'm in a different location. As you can tell, there's a wall behind me now, and not like the endless void that goes into the living room of the last place we were at. Um, and I was sick while we moved, so that took a lot out of me. I probably should still be recovering, but today is March 7th, so we have to play Star Rail. Like, it's mandatory. And we're also really, really far behind still because I haven't been playing. So that's what we're doing today. Yeah. Let's get going. Forgot where I'm going. If I recall, the last thing we did was... Oh, we're in Sunday's point of view. That's right. Yep. Yeah, we're catching up to Fugue.
Should be somewhere nearby.
Mr. Yang, if you don't mind, there's something that puzzles me. Now that the crisis on the planet of festivities has been averted, shouldn't the Astral Express have departed to continue on its trailblazing journey? Why have you and your companions stayed behind in Penacony?
Because we're causing trouble, we always do.
Could it be that someone stirred up trouble after I left?
And if that were indeed the case,
I doubt I'm in any position to be proposing ideas, but I'm happy to defer to the Nameless and aid with any plans you may have.
I don't think anybody could cause as much trouble as Sunday did.
there's no need to worry. All is well in
And
Penacony.
we even had, like, that banana thing happen. That we haven't played yet. We'll get through all of those continuances and character stories eventually.
A passenger?
If I do this more frequently than the pace that we've been doing things
has
at.
been commissioned to send a passenger back home. We're just resting up in Penacony for a while before we depart.
It would be really cool to just get, like, caught up. And then actually be able to do new stories and events as they come out. That would be great.
By passenger, do you mean this lady here? Or these ladies?
This... how?
You're finally here, Mr. Yang. We have a huge problem.
Oh. Ba-ba-bum. Meanwhile, the Radiant Feldspar.
Isn't it fascinating how variables never fail to find their way into the lives of organic life forms?
Oh, this is where Himiko already lost her voice, so I'll have to do some reading. Neither did I expect to see you here in Penacony, Mr. Screwlum. I had assumed the Genius Society wasn't invited to the festivities.
I have no interest in the Harmony's celebration, so it's only natural for me to turn down the invitation. But it looks like my decision also cost me the front row seat to all of your exciting adventures. Conclusion: there is likewise a downside to pursuing reason.
I'm sure if all you geniuses showed up to the Charmony Festival, things would have been very different.
I hear that the Astral Express has established a collaboration with the Garden of Recollection for your next destination.
They did suggest a destination, but that was all. Did you hear this from Madame Herta? It's a world beyond the knowledge of the nameless, after all. I wrote to her hoping that the all-encompassing erudition could provide us with some information.
Could there be more to it?
Yes, there is something else. Miss Black Swan said Amphorius is a world influenced by 3 paths, and the erudition is such a path.
Logic. The average Pathstrider wouldn't leave any trace behind in the Garden of Recollection's mirror.
You're right. So this has to be related to the Emanators, or perhaps even the Eons. That's why I wanted to know if the geniuses had any clue about it.
It's a pity we do not communicate much within the society. Not to mention we've lost most of our members to the Lord of Silence. I have never heard of Amphorius, however.
No one has. Madame Herta said the same, but it did pique her interest, and she agreed to do a little digging. My guess is that there's a chance the Garden of Recollection is behind it. She's always had a keen interest in the Remembrance's technology, after all. Also, thanks to her that we got to make Miss Ron May's acquaintance a while back. We even went into the Kalinga Abyss to bring a Leviathan carcass back for our new friend. Speaking of her, this is far too much of an understatement, but none of us ever expected to see our old friend at Miss Ron May's.
That Foxian girl has indeed been through an unimaginable turn of events.
She's not really our friend, though.
That's the fate
We never met her.
Life forms are bound by.
Yeah, a bond that truly runs deep.
So, is it out of goodwill that the Astral Express volunteered to send her back home?
Would the Nameless see a point in keeping work and favors apart? It's her request. She hopes to make a brief stop somewhere to reframe her mindset before returning to the Xinjiao, considering her unique position with the Alliance.
Looks like this is one exceptional passenger. Don't you have to accompany her then, Miss Himiko?
My companions are with her. They know Miss Tingyun better anyway, plus these youngsters will definitely do a better job than me when it comes to vacations. They're probably having a wonderful time now. Yeah, see, I think I might have mentioned it last time I streamed. I never understood the attachment to Tingyun. That, like, I don't know, I guess a large chunk of the player base has. We barely spent any time with her. She didn't really do anything while we were with her. And then later we find out it wasn't even her.
March?
Oh, about that. Why don't you ask him instead? He knows how to present things logically.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. The dumpster diver who only memes knows how to present things logically. Yeah, I'm going to have to break that stereotype you have of me.
Not now. Of all tell you. We walked around with Miss Ting-Yoon for a while after separating from the rest. But then we ran into something weird.
You'll have to define weird.
Something happen in the dreamscape?
Actually, it's more like it was someone's fault. We met a Pepeshi filming a Try Not to Laugh challenge, and he gave us some of his candy. A type of candy that's supposed to make you fall over laughing.
Those darn Pepeshi, you can't trust a single one of them.
So that's sort of
Especially
try
that
not to
one.
Laugh challenge.
I didn't really want to do it, but he insisted on us giving it a shot. That's how we got into this problem.
What happened?
I still wanted more candies.
Oh, come on, stop interrupting. So, we had some candy, and we're so happy we rolled around on the ground for a bit before standing up. But once we did, we realized Miss Ting-Yoon...
Yeah, you gonna continue?
Miss Ting-Yoon ate the candy too, but she only sneezed nonstop. Achoo! Achoo! Sneeze after sneeze. And before we knew it, she multiplied into several Ting-Yoons right in front of us.
What's your take on this?
The dreamscape is a Memoria world. It is likely the candy triggered her hypersensitive mind, causing scattered memory fragments to dissociate and become entities themselves.
Sure, that makes logical sense, I guess. No.
There is no cause for concern. We've experienced similar incidents from time to time in the sweet dream.
Mr. Yang? Who is this?
It's okay. You can reveal yourself now.
I was only being careful, or we would have been stopped by the Bloodhounds more than once on our way here. Help me remove my disguise 1 week.
It's
Quick.
been a while.
Whip out the bat.
You! What's going on?
Am I still dreaming? Well, we are in the dream. So that's kind of probably the funniest answer.
Everyone, stay calm. I'll explain.
And Welt fills him in on what he's been through. Thankfully, we don't have to hear him repeat all of that.
I believe that at this point, Sunday
That would take a
has
long time.
no reason to be dishonest, but to prevent any unforeseen complications, I'll be accompanying him everywhere he goes until he leaves Penacony. Mr. 1 week.
Almost like
is
a
an
parole
old
officer
Sundays.
of sorts. Parole
Nice to meet
officer
you,
Welt.
lady. And you, of course. You're the heavyweight who pummeled this control freak.
Not one to boast about past feats. Of course I am.
Surprises just keep pouring in. First there was Miss Acheron, and then Miss Ting-Yoon. Why does it seem like Mr. Yang always comes back with some extraordinary guests?
He's just a very interesting guy, you know. They run into him.
For
It's like a
now,
magnet.
Should be focusing on returning Miss Ting-Yoon to her normal self.
That's not gonna be easy. You'll see what I mean, Mr. Yang. These Ting-Yoons aren't exactly easy to communicate with.
Find one that's easy to communicate with. Okay.
Miss March 7th, have you taken the time to consider my suggestion?
Your suggestion? Oh, wait. Which Miss Ting-Yoon are you again?
It's me! I'm the one who wants every Ting-Yoon to come together to form the Ting-Yoon Merchant Guild. How often do you get the chance to work with yourself? Just imagine how in sync we'll be with one another. We're bound to thrive and prosper. I know we can't leave the dreamscape to trade with the outside world, so that's where you come in, Miss March 7th. Your wits surpass many others, making you the perfect person to handle liaison negotiations on
I would not define March as somebody with wits.
I guess I can consider it. I hope everything goes smoothly for your guild. There. Now do you see what I mean, Mr. Yang?
There does appear to be an element of her talking to herself.
I want clone copies of myself too.
Forget about it. How are you gonna clone your bat?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Mr. Yang mentioned.
Would it
the
be worth it
express's
if I
first
didn't have a
voyage
bunch of
is to
bats?
Send a passenger back home. Could this lady be from the Xianzhou Alliance?
Yes, more specifically, the Xianzhou Luofu.
The Luofu? Didn't the Antimatter Legion launch an ambush on the Luofu some time ago? Was she one of the few survivors?
Oh, sadly not, actually.
Quite the contrary. She might have been the person closest to the eye of the storm.
Looks like there's a lot more to this story.
Story for another time. As host of the Dreamscape, do you have any suggestions for fixing this problem?
I don't have much to go on now. Perhaps we should talk to the other Miss Ting-Yoons here.
Okay.
Oh, you're here again. So, what's your decision?
I'm still...
Aha! I knew it! I always have an eye for talented people. No problem. Take your time.
I wanted to see what she said. I didn't talk to her again on my main account.
That sounds nice. People never forget a personally prepared home-cooked meal. But then again, gifts should be lasting. What about a delightful new bouquet of flowers on the table each day? Wouldn't they do a better job at brightening up someone's day?
That's expensive.
That sounds like a good idea. If we really want to do this right, though, it's the thought behind the gift that truly matters. The more thought goes into the gift, the better the recipient feels it. She makes a valid point, too.
You sure have a way of not offending anyone.
These three Ting-Yoons don't look like they'll be reaching a conclusion anytime soon. We won't be able to get a word in.
So, what do you think, Sonny?
Let's try a different name, my dear friend.
Oh, don't we sound chummier that way? I took a leaf out of this Foxian girl's book.
The problem with Miss Ting-Yoon is just as I suspected before. That prank shattered her into notes that are each a part of her. In other words, it means the Ting-Yoons we see here are all different aspects of her psyche.
Unfortunate.
Okay. You just made it sound a whole lot more complicated.
At any rate, this is a known occurrence across the dreamscape. Tuning could be the way to fix it. The only problem is that these Miss Ting-Yoons are too caught up in their own world. Is there one we can properly speak with?
One that we can speak with? Oh, I think there is one. But it may take take me a while to identify her.
Can't talk to these ones. They're fixated on a trash can. Probably not this one.
Why do I feel like it's not gonna be a wise move to interrupt her?
Invisible fan wielder. Oh, invincible fan wielder.
Huh? Ugh, yikes. She's scary. No, I won't be able to talk to her.
March, you are probably scarier than her, all things considered.
For me?
Oh, you can't pop it.
You can't fly? Why? I can. I can fly. A long, long time ago, a big girl flew with me really high into the sky. I'll take you next time. Pinky promise?
Should we get someone to
Nah, she'll
watch
be fine.
over her?
Nah, I think she's perfectly fine on her own. The childlike innocence that adults have is a lot more resilient than you can imagine.
Even if that's true, it doesn't apply to her.
Okay, we need... Which one? Yes, this one.
Oh, were you all looking for me?
Found her! If I remember correctly, this Miss Tingyun's trait is...
It's nothing special, really.
Somewhat normal.
She ought to meet your one we can properly speak with requirement, right?
Worth a try. My lady, if I may, I wish to perform a tuning on you.
Before you start, you should know that we're keeping our eyes on you. If you even think about taking Miss Tingyun hostage...
Know that there are 4 pairs of eyes between the 3 of us? Yeah, I guess, because Yang's got glasses.
It is not my intention to provoke you. Perhaps, as assurance, we can have my friend here perform the task in my stead. One week has a higher mastery of the harmony than I do.
But how?
That is true.
If you still have concerns, you are also free to restrain me while he performs the tuning.
There's no need for that. You're acting so... sincere. I'm actually surprised.
Are you all right with this, Miss Tingyun?
I go as the wind blows, so you may decide for me.
Then kindly forgive our intrusion. Please do your best, 1 week.
What the... Did any of you hear a voice just now?
A voice?
Like a malevolent laugh?
Never mind.
Yeah, I heard it.
Look, it's working!
Never did I expect that every encounter with you would always be in moments properly?
Miss Ting Yoon, you're finally back! You may be small, but you're pretty amazing. Huh? What's wrong?
He said oof, but that wasn't the sound that came out of his mouth.
It's nothing. Just a trivial matter.
It was more like a
What do you sense?
I should have let you handle it yourself. This girl is not as ordinary as she appears. I nearly died. Just now.
You know, we would have all been better off. Darkness descends before the eyes, reminiscent of chaos before the birth of the universe. I couldn't finish reading that.
What is this place? No matter what you see, you only need to remember one thing. You're not alone. Who are you? And who am I? Is that where I came from? And where does this path lead?
Ooh, I don't know. I think all paths eventually lead to death. Do I want to make a temporary party with her just for funsies? Funsies? Maybe. See, if we're gonna play with her, we want none of these, I think. We'll take her. We definitely want Firefly. I don't know why Boot Hill is permanently on the brink of death. I should probably heal him one of these days. You will have double super break. Sounds really fun. And Gallagher. Okay. I don't think you could go wrong with double super break, right? Like that. Oh no, why did I hit quick lineup again? So now we're running around the
So familiar.
bottom of Herta space station.
Does she want to lead me somewhere?
Wondering if there's bugs or something around here. I don't know. There's got to be a fight, right? Like, they wouldn't give you a character temporarily in your party if you don't even do a fight. Like, who would do that? You know? Right? Right?
That's great. Otherwise, that person from the Xianzhou might not be able to hold on much longer.
You're still trying. There's no precedent for saving someone who was destroyed by a Lord Ravager. Will it even work?
I'm not a genius, so I don't understand the logic behind it. But if she says it's possible, then it must be.
Excuse me. Could you tell me where I am? Can they not hear me?
No, they can't hear you. Okay. Where are we going?
This girl is...
Is there anything important in here? Hey, Fischozo. Yeah, this is important.
Tingyun. What if...
Okay.
Question it. Keep moving forward.
It's you again. These are...
Antimatter Legion.
These are wounds left by the destruction. They have taken root within your body and cannot be removed.
The destruction? I don't understand. Please, who are you? And why won't you show yourself?
Let's see.
I can't
Currently
make
trying to
you.
figure out
All I can do
bow
is wait
to
for you to finish
protect
walking
my
this
iron
path.
refinery from gangs in
Want me
Kenshi.
to go
Okay.
through here?
I hope that works out for you.
Do I have to fight it?
There's no need for that. It's too dangerous.
I'm currently
You
still
can't do
playing
it
catch up
anyway.
in the story on this account.
Don't fight it. Embrace it. Try to coexist with it. Think of it as feeling your own scars.
And I'm sick,
My
so I probably should not be streaming.
scars?
But it's March 7th, which demands Star Rail.
Wait!
Okay, cool. There was combat in this part. I didn't remember. In fact, I barely remember this part of the game. I tried to expunge it because it involves Sunday, and I dislike Sunday.
Is this called coexisting?
Okay.
Worry. As I
They're
said
all
before,
broken? That sounds fun.
You're not alone.
Nice like a good brew, my friends. Indulge yourselves! The mood is set. just
More
like
Super
we
Break. Let's go.
Unite our goals.
Like fun till everything burns to ashes!
We're gonna blow our whole load on this one guy.
Set the seas aflame!
Oh, good. There's more.
I will claim victory to land!
Steve Joseph says my squad is too small and weak to fight off bandits. My faction in Kenshi is literally 2 characters. That it's kind of sad.
The mood is set. Just let the show begin.
DDD. Man, this squad is actually pretty fun because
Claim victory for myself.
you just break everything all the time, which will just keep giving you Trailblazers ultimate, which means you could just keep procking dance, dance, dance.
Set the seas aflame!
Cloud scattered.
Stay in step. Let's improvise.
I really wish I was able to pull Fugue on either of my accounts, but it didn't happen.
How can it be? Why are there still so many of them? The ones from before weren't defeated either?
As I said before, you can't defeat them. No one can. You can fall into the darkness and die alongside these scars of the destruction. Or bring them with you when you return to the world here. These are your 2 choices.
Return to the world?
I know she's technically doing a
What are you
good
saying?
thing, by helping Ting Yun out. But every instance that we interact with Ranmei more, she comes off as a scarier and less trustworthy character.
I wonder those two ignored me. Am I just
Like, I don't trust Ranmei at all.
Close.
And I feel like
Not quite.
the smart option with her would be to eject her out of some type of airlock, but I'm not sure that would actually kill her.
Between life and death? Existing in a limbo?
You can think of it that way.
Like, this mad scientist
Based on what you said.
wants to become a god,
If I should wake up, these wounds that
and
caused
even
my
like
death
recreated the
would remain on my
emanator
body
of an eon
forever?
just to try to figure out how to become an eon herself. She also drugged us the first time we met her.
I don't understand. You appear to be trying to save me, benefactor. But why are you telling
Horrible
me all this?
person.
It's a habit of mine.
In fact, I
believe
think even here,
everyone should have the right to choose whether they wish to return.
Ron May's only helping her out for like selfish reasons.
Be that as it may, I don't remember anything. There's nothing to help me make a choice.
See, Yoruichi too. Yet hard not to love the bad girls, right? I guess.
Born from nothing to begin with.
I know that Ron May's like one of the favorites that everybody has.
You may also prove yourself to
She's
be
attractive,
exception.
but I don't really see the
I would
overall
also
appeal.
Be pleased with that result.
Now, if you brought up like Kafka, who is also a bad girl and has definitely murdered lots of people, I could see the appeal of that a little bit more. But to each their own,
How
you know,
troublesome.
can't judge.
I suppose that's part of living.
Survival or destruction is no longer a choice for you. They both now grow along the same path.
Mama Kafka's the first one I maxed day
And
one.
only by walking the
Yeah.
path
Yeah, that's fair.
will you break through the darkness
I have her on
and
both
rise
accounts.
at my side.
Actually, the this account, which is only for stream, got really lucky. No,
Congratulations.
there's been no money ever spent on this
You
account.
achieved
This
your
E2
very first
Kafka,
victory
right on her
in
first
Chapter
banner.
4. It's a good start.
I think,
This is...
were they in the same temple? I don't remember. We basically got two of them back to back.
You were attacked by a Lord Ravager. By all rights.
Currently
you should
working
not
towards
have
Castories.
survived.
Yeah, I think that's almost
Someone
everyone is.
didn't agree with that assessment, and it just so happens I was able to fulfill his request.
I'm still trying to pull Tribby during her banner.
What about the other merchants?
I usually try not to look at leaks,
I
but
don't know.
I really don't like what Castris is doing for the game.
Me.
But otherwise, yeah, she's cool. I like her in the story.
You fell into the hands of that Lord Ravager, who destroyed your body and spirit. Yet,
Ooh, 96 special warp saved up, guaranteed character pull.
her
Nice.
desire to claim everything
Have fun with
about
that.
you for herself
Always love to
was
be on a
showing
guarantee.
time, so you were spared instant annihilation. There is only a fine line between
I was like
resurrection
that with
and escaping death.
current banner in Genshin.
They couldn't be more different.
Farina ran for me during her first two runs,
I was
and
powerless to do anything for you.
this time I got like two of her in 110 pull.
My body...
And she was on guarantee, so I won a 50-50 immediately too. That was pretty fun. But I finally got her
can't let you
on her
regain
third
your
run.
ability to feel just yet.
Yeah, see, and I have to admit, I'll get 122 tickets just in case. It's always better to be prepared.
And suffered severe damage. As I said before, these wounds will stay with you for the rest of your life. To prevent
I only progressed this account on stream, so it's really far behind on the story, but I do remember to do like the weeklies and dailies off stream.
Your tail.
So there's actually some fun stuff going on in this account. We ended up getting Aglaya, which is good because randomly we also happen to have pulled Huehue and Sunday on this account. So we pretty much already had all the main stuff needed for an Aglaya team.
For saving my life.
And that's probably the one we're going to be using to progress through the rest of the story. 100 plus 50 euro purchase. Ugh. Yeah, that's a lot.
Who?
Don't worry about it. You should sleep for a little longer. By the time you wake up, you won't remember any of these details. I'll arrange for someone to send you home. Which reminds me, you seem to have some dependable friends with close ties to you. You should go with them. It can only help with your recovery to hear more about your past.
They still find it worth it as you're hoping to get an idolin or two. Yeah, if you like the character that much, yeah. Always. Or at least the weapon, right? Usually, I haven't looked into much of her kit aside from, like, the one thing that I don't like, because I don't think any character at all should have a global passive that affects your account, whether you're playing as them or not. But aside from that, if I don't know the kit, my go-to is if it's a damage dealer, like your main damage source, I usually prefer their weapon. If it's like a support character, I prefer like their Eidolons or Constellations or whatever, because more often than not, that's the things that benefit gameplay more. Unless you're going all in, then obviously you get like all the Constellations. But that's I don't have the money for that. That's ridiculous. Who would do that? Love elf looking ones. Yeah, the elf ones are cool. I'm glad we're actually getting some of those in this game, because I don't think we've had any pointy ear characters before this, have we? Not that I can think of.
Point in hiding it from you anymore.
I think Enforce is the first place that has them. Unless you count, like, fox ears as pointy ears, right? But those are kind of elf. Who is elf? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Foxians? Which I guess... They're sort of, like, elf-like. I guess you could count almost any Kimono Mimi type character to be elf adjacent.
But something happened to change that outcome?
Though in practice, the actual residents of the Xinjiao fleet, the longest lived people, are more like elves than anybody else. They just don't have the pointy ears.
Asked the express to escort Miss Tingyun back home. We made a stop at
But you got all the female Foxians. I did end up getting Fugue. I tried. Just didn't come home, and I couldn't justify spending money.
I'm so sorry. I thought
Which would have been fun, because I felt like I've got Rappa and Firefly. Like, she would have been so good for my main account.
I didn't expect so many mishaps to happen.
That's all right. So long as nobody was hurt.
But I do have Fei Xiao on both accounts.
I feel like I've been asleep.
I don't have any of the support Fei Xiao needs on this account at all.
That's fine. We should find another place to talk anyway. We drew some attention with that commotion earlier.
Trying to think. Yeah. I mean, I guess there is Moza, but Moza isn't built, really. And he doesn't have, like, all of his Eidolons on this one like he does on my main one. And because I haven't progged all the story, I don't have Hunt March 7th on this account. Which, because it is March 7th, I was thinking of, instead of progging through the main story after finishing this quest, going to unlocking her with that continuance instead. Again, happy March 7th, everyone. But basically, when I do play Fei Xiao on this account, what I do is I run... Well, now I can run Sunday, but I would run Sparkle and Bronya. And they're accidentally already speed-tuned to work, and just let Fei Xiao go as many times as possible so she can still get her ults off.
It was nothing. Now that the matter with Miss Ting Yun is resolved, are we meeting your other two companions next?
But I think that's what we should do. We should at least get the base version of Hunt March 7th by playing through the whole, what's it called?
I'll leave Miss Ting Yun.
Oh, it's Warring something. I'm spacing on the name. But the extra Xin Chao episode. And then I could go get all of her Eidolons off stream sometime. That's fine. That side event really isn't worth watching, other than the fact that Scott's in it. And Scott is pretty cool. All my homies love Scott. So I'll debate that. I don't know.
Okay, we better hurry then. This is ridiculous.
Okay.
Bumping into colleagues.
I guess we're going back to... Oh, no, they're right here. Got it.
Shall we keep going then?
Yeah, let's see. Fitzchosa says, Kenshi doesn't have elves. They have Shrek, basically Klingons, robots, and you social bugmen. Okay, that sounds cool. Yoruichi. Or, no, it's Yoruichi. Giving you like an O sound. Sorry. And so far, I got Gallagher for Casterus and Remembrance Legendary Baseballer. Just think you need a fourth. Yeah, dude, Remembrance MC's really good.
Did you forget already?
Mimi's growing on me.
Yun is going back to the Alliance, so we're here to help her.
I don't really like the whole I'm a Pokemon and I just say me. Me. But just starting to say more words. And clearly she's definitely supposed to be like Alicia or something, so she's already got that going for her. I can't dislike her.
Luckily, the people I want to buy these gifts for are friends you already know on the Xianzhou.
Plus the true damage. Can you really say no to the true damage? At least she isn't as bad as Genshin's Yapaholic. Paimon's grown on me quite a bit, but that's like
As if a merchant could seriously
Fontaine and later,
you.
and some of the side stuff. Because yeah, all the way through Sumeru, the problem with Paimon is that she just repeats everything you just heard 5 seconds ago. But she does start to like develop more of a personality. And I think from like Fontaine forward, she repeats a lot less because people were complaining about the fact that she just repeats everything. And they're like, cool, we can't solve that retroactively, but we're going to have her do that less. And there are certain moments where she shines. Like, I do like Paimon's kind of like rivalry with Arataki Ito. She calls him Bullchucker. That's really fun. But yeah, no. Aside from what I mentioned, every other complaint about Paimon is 100% justified.
Hello there. It's my first time visiting the Dreamscape, so I wanted to buy some local specialties as souvenirs for my friends back home. My two friends here are more familiar with the Dreamscape.
But I will give Paimon one thing over Mimi.
So I'm here to take a look.
I don't have to read what Paimon is saying. Not that I'm against reading. Personally, I'm fine if there was no voice acting in a game at all. I still go back and play like Pokemon Red version, you know?
Lady Fuxuan of the Divination Commission.
Or Final Fantasy IV.
What do you think best suits her?
Team old enough, do you recall a cartoon named Dexter's Laboratory? I love Dexter's Laboratory. Periodically, without any prompt, in my head, I'll just start hearing, "Go, Dexter family, go." Ba 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 ba. Ooh, yeah. Dee Dee's catchphrase. What does this button do? Or like, there's the opera. I don't know, unicycler. There's the opera episode, which I think is probably one of the best episodes of Dexter's Lab, and it shows like the whole relationship of him being like a baby and Dee Dee growing up, and she's like, "Oh dear brother, what have you got there? Nothing, nothing. All you see is air. Don't be silly. I love you very much. Do 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 do." And then she breaks the thing. "I guess I shouldn't touch." Dude, that show was so good.
A meticulously thought out and interesting suggestion. It'll make for a novel gift. Let's go with that. Next is General Jing Yuan.
Yeah, Jing Yuan. He would probably like that, I think.
Clock Studios theme park to learn more about the history of the planet.
Oh, yeah, thanks for the follow.
I think the general will like this gift.
See, Fitzjoseph says the ranking of King's World hasn't had elves or dwarves so far. There are humans, giants, shadows, creatures. You know, Fitzjoseph, I'm starting to think that you're just racist towards elves. Yeah, yeah.
Both wings and horns? That's a little much, don't you think?
You carry yourself with such dignity and grace.
Personally,
but
I
you
love
still have
elves.
the heart of a child.
I think elves are
Everybody
great.
loves these types of accessories. Let's go with your suggestion. That's all of them. Please wrap them up for me. Thanks to both your help, everything went smoother than I expected. And it looks like we still have some time to spare.
Why don't we pay another visit to the Dreamscape sales store? You can find memory bubbles pretty much anywhere, but Penacony's dream bubbles are extraordinary.
See, Yuruichi says, or loving the short stacks more, like hobbits, halfling, dwarves, goblins, and kobolds. Kobolds are weird because they're not necessarily short stacks depending on
Here for myself.
where you pull them
That's
from.
definitely an idea I can get behind. But
Right,
there's
like
one more thing I wish to do. Since this is our last
even
visit,
historical,
could I
like
have a
mythological
word with you
folklore
about
kobolds, some of them were usually just about the same size as
somewhere
humans,
more
though they
secluded?
don't have to be hunched over because they
I'd
had
like
like
to discuss a personal
very dog-like stature when standing on two legs and a doglish face.
This is a good spot.
Da-da-da.
Miss Ting Yoon, what's this about?
You've looked out for me during our travels together these past few days. I'm truly grateful and can't thank you enough.
Have I tried the new Apocalyptic Shadow yet? So,
There are
this
few
account,
I find
since I do
difficult to
dailies
forget.
and weeklies when I can,
If
but
you
I don't
feel
really
right
play
that
it
I
unless
tell
it's
you
on
what's
stream,
my mind before we part ways.
isn't really built well. Like, I still try to fish for some relics,
Do you two still
but it's rough to
remember
actually
what it was
build
like
a
when you
character.
first saw me?
So I'll do like half of it just to get some of the rewards. My main account,
Shocked. He was
I
frozen
have.
in place when he
And I'm like, I was 90 AV from 3-star clear, and I just haven't gone back and cleared it yet. And I think it's because I actually forgot about my Fei Xiao team, because I just haven't used it in a while. I like to play the newer teams, right? I was like, oh, wait. I could just run Fei Xiao team first size, like fart, and or even farm, and that would be perfectly fine. Like, that would beat Aventry no problem. And then I could just run Thirda on the other side. So I could probably clear it easily. I just haven't bothered to go back and finish it. I don't remember what we said.
Exactly. And that's precisely why I haven't been able to shake off this strange feeling in the days since I started traveling with you.
I actually didn't think it was that bad, though. You could definitely run it without sustain just because of the way the buff does, as long as you could break them in time.
Encounter was actually a long-awaited reunion for you.
So you tried a lot out for MOC 12. It took you 23 tries to 3-star it.
Heard about what happened to you in Xianzhou,
I remember back when I had to do that.
and I've got to admit that
I think like the first time they added
it was
12,
another me tricking
it probably took
everyone.
me about that many tries. I don't know how long it took me this time, though.
Yeah, we couldn't even tell when you were.
I know I got it in my first load-in, but if you hit restart at any time, that counts as like an attempt. So I don't remember how many attempts it took. I could actually probably find it on Hoyo Lab right now, how many attempts it took me to do the recent MOC. Let me pull up my battle chronicle.
It was much earlier than that. That thought has me filled with sorrow. As if a piece of my life had been stolen away, and I had no part in it.
So this one, it took me 10. And I think
That's what I've been puzzled about too.
it's because I ended up refreshing a lot on
Managed to disguise herself as
side or node 2. So it still took quite a bit.
What was your impression of?
Oh, sorry, no, that's 10 cycles used. Psh, stupid. Yeah, I had to use all 10 cycles. Where's the attempts? Does it say on here? Or am I looking in the wrong section? Like 10, that sounds like a lot.
That's just the nature of the Foxians. It's widely known that mystery is the key to our allure.
Oh, okay.
What did she seem like to you?
Forgotten Hall. The last one was Strife of Creation. 7 times challenged. But I think that actually counts. Like 9, 10, and 11. So I think most of my times challenged is I definitely had to reset at least once in node 2 of 10. And I think most of the other resets were probably in 12. Honestly, I liked this MOC. I thought 10, 11, and 12 were all just about equally difficult. And you'd find one of them harder than the others depending on how your account was built. Like, I think I just found 11 the easiest because it was older stuff and my account was built for it.
You're the real Ting Yun. Why compare yourself to an imposter?
Let's see. Last Pure Fiction, I challenged 2 times. And I do think it was,
regret.
yeah. So I got each on 1 attempt, since it counts 3 and 4 as a challenge.
As a merchant, staying well informed is crucial.
And I've only challenged this Apocalyptic Shadow 4 times so far. And I think it's because I reset a couple times during Adventuring. And I still didn't do it, so I'll go back. I'll finish it sometime.
Instead, I would have postponed the trip and sought assistance from allies.
I do enjoy the endgame modes in this game.
In that case,
Except for last MOC. This one, It's fine. The one before that, awful. I hated it. I beat it, but I hated it. It took me, I don't know how many tries, but that was just a horrible one. And they intentionally made it horrible because they knew during its run you were going to be able to get like RMC to be able to like float you through. Like, that's awful. I want to beat it now. And I'm sure there's probably some people who had accounts that could beat it now, but I was struggling.
Missing out on your Senjo journey.
Because I have
aside from the scheming,
some of the worst relic luck in the world. It takes me forever. I have really great character luck. My banners are fine, but it takes me forever to build a character, and half the time I'm like taking things off of other people and using rainbow sets just to clear things. And I hate that. I just want a full set dedicated to a character.
I must take something back from her as well. But after thinking it over, the only thing that could be considered equal value is the bond I have with all of you. That thought has brought me great comfort.
I think the previous one,
Now I know how
the way I actually ended up clearing it, is I ran the Herda and Rappa together against the Swarm boss.
Just as before.
Because Rappa still gave Herda her maximum buff from having another Erudition character on there, and then she just broke all those bugs all the time. It made it like super easy. But I didn't think about that at first, and it took me a while to be like, oh, I can just run Rappa.
I have lost. And it should begin with a proper acknowledgement. Dear benefactors, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Looks like we're off to a good start. Moving forward, I'll definitely be trying more things like this from now on.
Yep. So from this point forward, I would consider us actually friends with Ting Yun, because we really didn't know her before this. We never even met her, really. That was somebody pretending to be her.
Just don't make any risky decisions.
But when you have like a heart-to-heart with somebody like this, then you can actually consider yourself friends with them.
We'll see. I just hope the Tingyun in your memories won't be tainted by Fantilia anymore. All right, no more questions. I hope I didn't take up too much of your time. Let's continue on our way.
Okay. Where are we going? Investigate the dream bubble at Dr. Edwards. Oh, he's right over here.
A dream about eons? Welcome to the Dreamscape Sales Store. Dr. Edward at your service.
We're looking for some dreams to give as gifts. Something exotic and preferably captivating.
Just a friendly reminder, being too picky won't help you find the best dreams. Just to dampen your spirits ahead of time. That being said, there are always some...
That really wasn't picky, though. She just gave, like, vague emotions.
The story unfolds in the Shinjo Alliance, where a young swordmaster strives to become the sword champion. However, his junior Foxian sword, who just turned 100, puts him in a tough spot.
Why does that sound oddly familiar?
Because we just went through it.
Since I'm returning to
Well, we didn't, because this account hasn't played it yet.
Unrelated to the Alliance. Feel free to pick a few for me.
I love customers like you. So easy to work with.
So easy to take advantage of, you mean? Just don't pick anything weird, okay?
Oh, speaking of dreamscapes, I have a gift for you, my benefactors. After troubling you all this time, I couldn't.
It's one of the tropes I really like in this game, though,
Thanks.
that they kind of
Here's a
like
dream bubble for you.
sort of made themselves. Everywhere we go, everybody's just retelling our stories in different ways. Like they'll change the characters slightly and the events. And it's kind of like how folklore and myths are born.
Nice of you.
Here are the dream bubbles I prepared for you. Thank you for your business.
Well, it looks like everything's finally in order. I suppose it's time to head back?
Okay. To our airship. We can just teleport here. I also have to remember to go back and find those missing treasure chests sometime.
I can't believe it's time for Miss Ting Yoon to leave. I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet.
Oh, you're back. That's right. I have to read Himiko.
Mr. Yang will explain in detail when he gets back. Has the messenger from the Cienjo arrived yet?
Yes, we've been chatting for a while. Turns out she's an old acquaintance of yours. Should be Madame Yukong.
Long time no see, everyone.
One of the least used characters in the game. Not because she's bad. She's just too complicated for some people to use. And
Imagine this moment.
if you know anything about most gacha players, they don't exactly want to use their brains while playing the game. This is why everybody refers to auto as the fun button.
I was worried I might embarrass myself in front of you. I even rehearsed every word beforehand. But now it seems it was unnecessary. Ting Yoon, I'm here to take you home.
You two must have a lot to catch up on. Being apart for so long, we'll give you some space.
Madame Yukong, I wasn't expecting it to be you. What a wonderful surprise.
I wanted to come
Oh,
because,
cool.
after all, it's you who's coming home.
I don't have to read Himiko anymore. I can go back to auto.
Yeah, me of all people.
Oh, I just remembered.
Your body.
Because we're trying to catch up as fast as possible. I'm going to have to read Dan Hong the entire time we're in M-Force.
What more could I ask for? Also, it's not all bad. I might even beat you at arm wrestling now.
You're still the same, carefree as always. I have a lot I'd like to tell you, but I'll save it for the road. It's a long journey back to the Luofu.
Man. I don't want to set expectations. Because most of the people that end up watching this end up watching the VOD on YouTube later. And Forrest made me sad. So if you do keep following through there, prepare to be sad. It's good though. I think you want writing to evoke emotions in you, but man.
You don't want to?
Fantilia's ruthlessness, she spared me when I should have been eliminated. And why did Miss Ron May, who has no ties to the Xianzhou, go out of her way to save me? It seems as if I've become a pawn in someone else's
Yeah, even
game.
thinking about it, I'm like, man, I'm gonna be sad again.
There are people within the Alliance who also believe that the suspect is now on the Yuchua.
If that's the case, it's all the more reason for me not to return to the Luofu and complicate things. I might as well take advantage of this situation.
Take advantage of the situation? What do you mean?
Right now, the marks of ruin inside me maintain a delicate balance. Moreover, they were created by Fantilia herself. If possible, please inform the General and arrange for me to meet with the Marshal. Maybe this body of mine can help the Alliance get one step closer to the Xianzhou's enemies.
When Ron May visited the Luofu earlier, she mentioned what happened to you. This coincided with when the message sent by the Astral Express arrived. The Arbiter Generals concluded that Fantilia did not intend for you to survive. If utilized strategically, this could give the Alliance an element of surprise.
So, of this kind of like
If we follow
filler
the
story,
plan, we
this was
must
the only
keep
part
the
that kept my attention.
resurrection hidden.
And I really want to
Before making
see
any decisions, I want
how
to
they
know what you
follow
want.
this part up.
If you wish to go home, I'll support you.
But I don't
no
think
matter
we're going
what
to see that
others may
until
say.
at the earliest next year.
Then
Because I believe they said we're pretty much going to be in
trouble
Amphoris
hearing what those people
the
have
entire year. Like, instead of just
The road
3
ahead
patches
is
being dedicated to the
perilous.
story, this is like going to be a
If
long
you
run.
decide to take it,
We're probably going to be
I
here
won't
until the
stop.
Fate collab.
Maybe I'm being selfish.
Which I'm
but I
still hyped for the
want to
Fate
know,
collab.
Are you choosing this because it's what you really want?
I've come to see myself clearly in
They
this
like dangled that in
new
front of us last year. And just like,
Perhaps
man,
it's what people
man.
call a blessing in disguise.
that's going to be cool.
There is someone who can attest to my true intentions. Please follow me. She should be around here somewhere.
I would ask what that actually does to the cosmology of like the Hoyoverse, but Honkai Impact 3rd already had an Evangelion collab, so you know anything's up for game now.
After a strange encounter, I was fragmented into multiple Tingyuns, each embodying a different aspect of my memories. And one of them hasn't returned to me because she ventured too far. Until now.
You mean her? What is she doing?
She's captivated by something that has deeply mesmerized me. As a fleeting emotion, she's no different from a newborn. Her boarding this ship was solely down to her inner impulse. Madame Yukong, do you remember? Perhaps that was just an ordinary flight for you, but for a certain child, that was her first experience with the sky.
Of course I remember. Back then, you were still young enough for me to carry.
You probably still can. Want to give it a try?
I'm afraid you'd be too heavy for me now.
Just kidding.
I like it when the game does this.
Remember, you kept begging me
I think
to
they need to
take you the
embrace
Starskiff,
their more
even if
visual
you
novel
become a
roots more,
pilot. But once you
and
were
do this more
airborne,
often, where they use
you were
illustrations
so
to
nervous that you clung to
actually
pilot
set
for
the mood
dear
of a scene.
life.
We do see that a lot in Enforce. Like, they're doing that more and more going forward.
This flight was a turning point in my life. The boundless cosmos unfolded before me. I was completely mesmerized, not just by the view, but by a realization. In this world, there are paths beyond waiting for us to explore. Even though I lacked the talent to pilot the Starskiff and wasn't much of a warrior, I still chose to travel around with the Merchant Guild. Even to this day, this thrill still courses through me.
That hasn't changed?
Never. Now I can embark once more on my journey as a traveler of no return, exploring the paths that lie beyond. Speaking of which, how are things with the Whistling Flames?
I've left Yan Ming in charge for now. He's reliable, but he can be a bit extreme, and might not always follow your principles as a traveling merchant.
My principles. Forsake what others fight for, and take what others abandon. That's the way to navigate the world and achieve my goals. I will continue to uphold my principles. But now I've also learned that while these merchant principles may apply to humans, they falter in the face of the gods.
Doesn't everything?
But this shouldn't fall on your shoulders to begin with. You are simply an innocent survivor in this war.
Madame Yukong, you were once a survivor in the war too, weren't you? In a hazy dream, I vaguely remember someone telling me that the inescapable price of survival is often more adversity. But Madame Yukong, the gods use humans as pawns in their cosmic game, sacrificing countless innocent souls. Have you ever thought about making them pay?
That's a
Every moment of every day.
it's a pretty bold
As
desire, making a
inconsequential
god
as we
pay.
are, how can we escape the fate of being mere pawns? If I could choose, I would never want you to become a pawn. I just wish you could still be that carefree little fox, not caught up in this war.
Don't be disheartened, Madame Yukong. Thanks to the favor of the Lord Ravager, I've become a player in this game. Remember, it's often the unassuming pawns, the lone traveler, or the worm that subdues the dragon, that leave even the best strategists helpless. So, now I'll become a cunning speck of dust, and make those masterminds behind the curtains sneeze a few times.
I forgot. There's still more. There's still more to this quest. I was like, oh, cool. Do we finally get to move on to something else? No, it's back to Sunday. Actually, wonder. I think Aglaya would actually be pretty good into the boss we're about to face. I mean, Break is good if I were to play like Firefly.
No,
Probably.
I'm just here to bid farewell. I changed my mind along the way.
Man, when I fought this boss
Variables.
that's coming up at the end of this one
If we add another.
on my main account,
How did you know she would be?
I had just pulled Sunday, so I'm like, I'm gonna do it with Jing Yuan. My Jing Yuan was not built.
Try my luck.
It took forever.
It seems I can be lucky sometimes.
I hated myself for making that decision.
It's not like you to leave things to luck.
I'm trying to change too.
I don't think you need a bystander in this scenario. Go on ahead.
You're not worried I'll take the opportunity to escape?
Oh, you know, there's a combination I haven't thought of yet.
I believe you're the kind of person that has the
Because you could,
ability and
I've got a lot of erudition characters on my main account that you could use as a battery for the Herda, especially with passkey. Jing Yuan works really well with passkey and could benefit from just having that like 80 free crit damage. I'm gonna see about running those two together and just kind of letting him and Light A-Lord do their own thing, and he's just gonna be a battery. That's it. Let's see if that works sometime. Sounds stupid. It's probably a bad plan, but I'll do it anyway.
I actually need 1 week to be there. She shouldn't be seen talking to a fugitive, no matter the circumstances.
You don't intend to reveal your true identity to her?
Ooh, here's a question. Has Robin's voice been added back to this yet? I remember her being silent when this was new.
I shouldn't put her at risk for my selfishness.
As you wish.
Shall we go then?
Let's go.
Am I going to have to read?
This first step. Didn't expect to see you here, Miss Robin.
It's nice to meet you.
Oh, it has. Cool.
May I know your name?
My name is Wanweek. I'm a member of the Nightingale family.
I mean, this will be the first time I actually hear this scene fully voiced.
Oh, you're a Dreamweaver. Thank you for all your hard work. You all are the reason the Dreamscape has been able to recover from this crisis.
You're too kind, Miss Robin. You must be very busy. What brings you here to Dream's Edge?
I am taking a break. I wanted to find a quiet place to relax. Ideally somewhere where I could see the stars. Before I knew it, I'd walked all the way here. I know these stars only exist in the dream, but...
Well, perhaps the dreamscape is not so different from reality. When we look up into the night sky, the stars aren't really there. The glimmering lights we see are merely the images of stars from long ago. So, have we ever truly seen a real sky full of stars?
You're very philosophical, Miss One Week. You remind me of someone I know.
You know, I don't know why. I would just assume that Robin should have been immune to that type of, like, hypnotism or whatever, but apparently she wasn't.
There's going to be a show later, so I came early to find a good seat.
A show? Here?
It's somewhere farther away. They say it's a farewell performance. The kind that's better to listen to from afar than watch it performed live.
I see. In that case, the observation deck is a good choice. You can see all of Penacony from here. Distance can make some things appear more beautiful.
Miss Robin, may I stay here with you to gaze at the stars before the show begins?
Of course. You don't have to be so courteous. I should be the one asking. This is Dream's Edge, after all, and the Dreamweavers are its true masters.
Still, these stars are unfamiliar to me. I don't recognize any of them, and it makes me feel uneasy.
What makes you feel this way? Is it because the sky is so far away, or because it's the unknown?
Perhaps it's both. The Stellaron disaster may not have had any real consequences, but many guests still chose to check out. Now the hotel feels quieter than before. It makes me wonder what Penacony's future will be like. I just hope it will not negatively affect you, Miss Robin.
You're too kind. I'll be fine. The disaster was unexpected, but because of it, I was able to witness many pasts and think about many futures. My only real regret is that I left some things unsaid.
Did the person you wanted to say them to leave?
Yes. He left in such a hurry that I didn't even get the chance to say goodbye.
Sometimes, what's in your heart doesn't need to be dressed up in words. Maybe he already knows what you wanted to say.
But don't you think we should put in some effort when we want to encourage someone?
If you don't mind...
Depends how much encouragement they need.
Who is it that you wish to encourage?
It's someone who experienced failure.
If we're talking about Sunday, yeah, you probably actually have to put maximum effort into it. He messed up pretty hard. He probably feels really bad about himself.
On Penacony, failure is like the setting sun to a dream chaser. It's something that happens every day.
Then again, I don't like Sunday, so I don't really care how much effort you put into it.
I believe they all have the willpower to start anew. Especially after receiving a smile from you, Miss Robin.
But he's different. He's stronger than most ordinary people. But because of it, people have this misconception. They think that when he falls, he will stand back up faster than anyone else.
Are you saying that's not true?
It's not. Because before he stands up again, he will hesitate and agonize for ages over whether that is the right course of action.
Failure may be a good thing for someone like that. Being able to reflect on one's actions is a valuable quality to have.
You may be right, but I still hope that he'll never change.
Why is that?
Because I have faith in the person I remember him to be.
Wouldn't you want him to change? Just to kind of change back a little bit?
I don't think he had the wrong intentions. We once stood together at the same starting line. But now it's his turn to fly for the stars. I believe he'll find the right path, even if he has to do it alone. We don't have to soar into the sky together. Because I know we'll reunite one day, up there in the clouds.
I hope so.
Miss 1 week. May I ask a favor? There's a jigsaw here I'd like to finish before I leave. If I have a Dreamweaver's help, maybe I'll be able to fill in the missing pieces.
It's the stupid Charmony dove.
The dream jigsaw. I see.
The infamous Charmony dove scene.
Don't worry if you can't find them. Just think of it as us taking a walk together.
I'm still inexperienced, so let's just hope we get lucky.
Thank you anyway. I expect the first jigsaw piece will be a part of the starry sky. As for the other piece,
Let her finish talking.
I hope it will symbolize wings.
It seems we've been blessed.
You know, sometimes when these characters talk while you're walking, it feels like they should just auto change you into like walk mode instead of jog or whatever they call it, because if you just go at the default pace of the character, you'll get there before they finish talking.
Another Dreamweaver.
But if you hit like, I think it's control on
it's a habit for this profession.
the keyboard, because you have to toggle it. I guess if you're playing a controller, you could just tilt and go slower. Which is, God, I mostly play this game on PS5. And I'd probably be streaming using the PS5 instead of my computer, but feeding it through the Elgato if my setup was currently possible to do that. But man, there's some aspects of these games where when I'm playing on the console, I miss using a mouse and keyboard. But then there's some aspects that when I'm playing on a mouse and keyboard, I miss using a controller. And I just do not have the USB slots right now to be able to use a controller on PC.
The second jigsaw piece.
But it's nice to be able to go from walk to run without having to toggle it, just like smoothly go between the two.
Maybe it's somewhere in between the two. It's a pair of broken wings.
We should keep looking.
It's okay. Let's use this one.
Of their games, I think this game plays equally well controller or keyboard. Just because it's a turn-based RPG and there's not really too much of a difference. Genshin, I think, plays better mouse and keyboard than it does on a controller, having played it on both enough. ZZZ, though, I think actually plays better on controller than it does on mouse and keyboard. HI3, I could not tell you. Not because I don't play it. I've never played it with a controller. Controller support for that game is just so inconsistent. I tried playing with a controller once, and I think my controller came loose for a second. And it's one of those like older games where if you want the controller to work with it again, you pretty much have to restart the whole game. It's like, I'll just play this with my keyboard. It's not worth it. It works fine enough with the keyboard. They really need to fix the controller support on that game. And add it on the mobile version. For Android, because I think only the Apple version of HA3 has controller support.
Soon I shall travel to those unfamiliar stars, none of which I recognize. But as long as you continue to gaze upon them from here,
That's a good image.
those unfamiliar stars will one day be the place of our reunion.
Oh, hey, Mike. Says, nice to see me back. Dropping in to like, share, and say hi. You just finished your show. I hope it went well. Did you hear about the Japanese producer for My Name getting arrested? No. This is the first time hearing about it.
You still couldn't bear to say
It's one of those movies I still never saw. Everybody praises My Name. I'm sure it's great. Never watched it.
You must
Don't know if I ever will.
relax
Nothing against it. It's just like, when I go to watch something new, I forget about it.
That didn't seem like a perfect goodbye.
It's enough. I only meant to stay quietly by her side.
I want them to give me a gallery of every single illustrative image from a scene.
Why did you do
Just
those
in-game. I just
unnecessary
want it to
things?
exist. One of the things I dislike about this game,
Those two notes.
it's not the harshest criticism, but it's a general problem with live service games. It's not just this. Genshin has the same problem. And unless you're mission-based,
So you can do whatever you
they don't give you the ability to replay sections of the game that you've already played. Or even let you rewatch scenes that you've already watched, right? And I think more of these games should do, like, Final Fantasy XIV has the, I think it's called the Unending Journey, like the little journal in the inn that you could go, and you could rewatch any scene you've seen before. Or they should also just add, like, a New Game Plus mode, where you could go back and replay story parts of the game with your current characters.
We only have one last stop.
Which would be cool. Could you imagine, like, fighting Svarog at level
Question I'd like to ask
80?
you, Mr. Yang.
That'd be pretty fun. With him also being level 80, sure, why not? Or actually just leave him the same, one-shot him. I don't care.
Why did you become nameless?
Why the sudden interest?
But I think they should add that to these games. Because you could play ZZZ, or you go back and you play HA3. And HA3 has those stuff, more or less, right? It's got a log where you can watch every single cutscene you've seen. Or because it's a mission-based game, you can go back and replay any mission to catch it again.
This very moment.
And the problem with it being a live service game, as opposed to, say, like, a one-and-done single-player game, is that you can't just start over, right? Like, I could take Final Fantasy IV and I could play through it as many times as I want. All the way through, which I have. I've played, I think, 27 times. One of my favorite games ever.
Stop and spend precious time.
The only way I could play through Star Rail again is by starting a new account and not having the characters that I have, which I think is awful. I technically already did that. That's what this account is. This is my second account. Strictly for streaming, because I wanted to bring the Vomitory Modest through the story. But I wouldn't have had to do that if they just had like a New Game Plus mode, and I could have just went through the whole story on my main account.
Never walked among the stars again in his lifetime.
Not all journeys lead to the stars. Even if we leave the express.
See, Mike says the article is on Bleeding Fool. Oh, great. If you want to check it out before your show on Monday, it's an Avi article. Man, you're really making me excited to read it. I don't know if it's something I would cover. I'll check it out. I'll consider it. But it may not be the type of thing I would cover on Super Serial Showtime anyway. I don't, I mean, sometimes we talk about stuff like that, but I don't really get into drama-related stuff on that show. Unless, like, Marsupial brings it up. But he's a co-host, so I don't restrict what he wants to bring up. If he brings up something to talk about, we talk about it. Or if somebody in the audience, I'll read and familiarize myself anyway. If it's not something that I plan on bringing up, if you hop in and you ask about it, we'll talk about it. I do allow the audience to a degree to dictate where the show goes, unless we just have too much to talk about.
This is my way of the Trailblaze and the reason why I decided to stay here.
Why me?
Like I said before, I left my home in a hurry too. I know how you feel right now. Also,
But
no
we'll
other
see. I'll keep an
person
open
will
mind
be
about it,
able to
if I
truly
remember.
face themselves once they've decided
I might
to
actually
say
forget
goodbye
by the
to
time
the
this stream is
past,
over.
the same way you're doing right here, right now. There was never a third person with us, was there?
I told you he'd find out.
Yeah, Mr. Will is
Should've
the
known
most
nothing could
observant
escape your
person
keen eyes.
ever.
Since you already know 1 week's secret, there's no need for me to build up suspense. Let's go. We'll head straight for the finale and take our final bow in this farewell performance.
Okay, so he's weak 2. Let's see. Lightning, imaginary, fire. I don't really need Sparkle. Sparkle doesn't help. Like, I leave her on here because why not? You know, one more advance. She doesn't really help this team much other than, ooh, skill points. I think that's actually the real reason I leave her on this team. Is because she just gives a bunch of skill points. But you don't need it. Because all Aglaya does after she summons is basic attack. So we keep getting her skill points back. And Sunday will regenerate one. Is there somebody else I'd want to put on here? Who would make this boss fight just a lot easier? Probably a fire person, maybe. We got healing with Huahua, but we also need her for the energy. That's the real reason she's here. But I don't want to, like, super consume skill points or anything. We'll just leave it. If this doesn't work, we'll rerun it with another character. Who cares? I don't remember this boss being particularly hard. But then again, my other account is also just, in general, much better than this one. I just remember it took long. Because I used an unbuilt Jing Yuan, but everybody else was built. Yeah.
I know you can hide your appearance, but trespassing on restricted.
But I think
family
this should
realms
be
is
fine.
still a bold move.
As long as we just stay alive. I don't know how hard he hits, though.
I won't take too much time.
Because the thing is, like, all these fights, it's somebody you fought before, but it's like a slight variant of it, right?
I was a child when I first visited the
Like when you fight,
I remember seeing the light behind the curtains from here.
Argenti at the end of that one
Morning star guiding me toward the land.
flying sword. Is it like Yun Li's character story or something? I don't remember whose it was. Right, there's that variant where he's basically the same, but he does slightly different things. That's what we're doing here. We're fighting Septimus.
The light was actually a Stellaron.
Now that you've returned to the stage, what are you planning to do?
Fishoso asks, how many magazine publishers exist now? I could not tell you that. Are you talking about in the world, locally? There are a lot of publishers of magazines. Probably less than there used to be, but the number is still pretty high.
As they welcome their final moments.
Like I don't have a number for you there. That's information that's unbeknownst to me.
Much like how babies also stretch their arms into the air when they are first born. Humanity flaps their wings twice as they complete their journey.
It's still a pretty
Once when they are born,
active industry,
and once
magazines.
when they die.
Right? Like, it used to be a much bigger industry. There was a
In
boom.
order to flap my own wings and soar
Like,
again.
right before the internet became a household thing that every single person had.
I will say goodbye.
Probably, like, in the mid-aughts is where it started to swing. Right? After, like, DSL became a thing. Magazines were just how people got all their information directly to their house. And you would get specialty magazines about your interest. That started to change once the internet basically just became digital magazines, right? You could go and look up anything you want at any time. People are constantly publishing articles. They don't need a paper or magazine to publish it to. Blogs pretty much replaced magazines, but it's still a very, very active industry for news, for special interests, in other countries for comics and novels. Where I guess it wouldn't be novels yet, but they'll put them together as novels later, chapters.
While I was in the gallery of thoughts at the entrance of the dream, I chose to completely sever the halo from myself.
Trying to publish my 3D comic in a magazine once I finish it, people keep telling me my CGI is an inferior art.
I am a fugitive after all.
Maybe, I don't know. Here, the problem is, I don't know about a magazine that would take that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I just don't know one that would take that.
This is how I can cast aside all the blessings of the harmony and the order, and for the first time...
Especially because, like, in the States specifically, there aren't particularly a lot of magazines that publish comics in general.
Is that also
let alone one made with 3D models.
No.
So, like, that's going to be a rough time. I'm supposed to be working on a comic magazine, but maybe I'll get back to working on that now. Everything's set up. I've got my office space set up. I can do things like that. I've been moving so much, I have not been able to work on a single thing.
I was roaming around as an ordinary person when
I'm actually supposed to be working on webcomic pages tomorrow. I was going to start today, but it was March 7th. I had to play Star Rail. So we're streaming Star Rail. But tomorrow I'll probably be working on like a page of X Dynamis Chaos or one of my other comics.
That's quite surprising given that you two look nothing alike.
But you're probably better off just making your own online magazine. Honestly, like just go to WordPress, make a website, publish your stuff there.
I too was once a child.
And then spread it around.
Buried deep within. Over time, those childhood voices.
You may have to find a computer graphics magazine. Yeah, if anything, maybe.
Maybe if I had made a small.
I know there are a lot of magazines for stuff like that. Usually for teaching, sharing new technology and information.
What a pity.
Colleges will pick them up.
Become a better version of yourself. So, my final farewell will be like that of Miss Ting-Yun. I will perform a tuning on myself.
Sadly, these days, most magazines end up in one or two places. Either sitting on the shelves of a Barnes & Noble near the Starbucks, or in a library.
That's why I said this was the last stop. Is there a possibility that you will be the one who disappears? No.
One of the things I liked about this scene, despite the fact that I'm not really a fan of Sunday, is that having the different personalities actually allowed the voice actor to flex his range a bit, which I think is cool for him. You gotta let your voice actors have some fun.
Regardless of the outcome, you will have a witness.
The one thing I don't dislike
I'll be waiting for you in the audience.
About Sunday is the voice actor. I think I've heard 3 of the languages for him. All 3 of them are great. It's more the writing behind him I dislike.
Now, shall we begin? Anticipating this possibility, you've really changed. In the past, you wouldn't have tolerated any noise at all. I'm about to embark on an unknown journey where it will be impossible to maintain my orderly life. I will have to navigate unexpected surprises, much like today.
I also dislike him and Robin's little neck wings. Not that they shouldn't have wings on them at all. It fits their character. Like these wings that come out like where the crest of their skull and the nape of their neck meet behind their ears. It's a personal thing. I don't even think it's a bad design. It's just every time I look at it, it looks like their head wants to fly away off their body.
Don't flatter yourself. You can't control anything. But isn't that how it is for most people? My fear of the
Marvel is now
unknown
retconning Kamala Khan
presence has shown me that
into famous X-Men storylines. Of course they are. I don't care. Marvel can do whatever they want. I'm done with them. It's none of my business.
meeting you has been a great help
Marvel
to me.
died to me quite a while
Glad you
ago.
discovered this side of
If they want to put... Does she still go by Miss Marvel?
for the
I don't know if
opportunity
she
to
does.
tell you
If
this
they want to put
news.
Miss Marvel backwards into famous storylines, let them do what they want to do. They're not getting my money. I'm just going to go spend it on better things.
I truly dislike you. What? Are you sure you didn't mean the opposite? I must admit, many of your qualities strike a chord with me. There are times when I want to joke around.
Who the sad part is, I actually used to like
Or openly share my dislike
Kamala
of a
Khan
person.
when she was first introduced. I don't think her comic made a good monthly comic, like a good floppy. But I think
Tell her that I love all her
for trying to
sins.
tell a YA story
Then
that
go
fits
for
the
it,
typical
son.
trends of
You always talk
YA
about
stories of the
talking
time,
bird in the cage.
collected
You're
in
the one who's trapped.
what do they call them? Trade paperbacks, right? In like a graphic novel form, it worked better. It worked better when you could read all the chapters at once, and it wasn't bad. Everything with that character after Volume 2 has just been awful.
You'll break into pieces when
It's
you
made me
fall.
retroactively dislike the character.
But
She was even kind of
I
funny
won't
in her
become
original
like
story.
you. I simply can't. I dislike people who are frivolous. It makes me uncomfortable to even emulate them. If I fail, I will still uphold my principles, such as decorum and stateliness. As for the harmony, my stance remains the same. Whether it's you or the paths, if what I once doubted, or even opposed, becomes the force I must rely on in the future, then this time, my true heart will guide the tuning. I'll leave it to you. What is this? Leaving your fate entirely up to a coin flip? This
Leaving
is
your fate
my
up to a
world.
coin flip sounds like
Change your mind after being run over
every
by
player of this game.
or repossessed by that IPC gambler.
We hit pity, time for a 50-50, let's go.
Failure is always the best teacher. To save more lives, you must first understand what they live for and what they die for. The best way to achieve this is through personal experience.
See, they didn't even bring back the cockatiel villain. It's like nobody cares about her own adversary. Listen, nobody cares at all. That's the one thing. Just reframe your sentence. Nobody cares at all.
I can embrace all that I detest.
There might be one or two people at Marvel that care about anything.
Only then will I truly be able to walk among the living.
It's a reality you just have to understand. It's not the company it once was. It probably will never be that company again.
Do it.
Move on to better things.
Well,
You can always go back and reread the good stories.
it will just prove that I'm still the same person. The person who always disappoints his sister.
Though, apparently, side media can be good. I've heard nothing but good things about Marvel Rivals.
Another name for
I'm never going to play it because it's not the type of game I like to play. But I've seen a lot of stuff where they're actually making really good callbacks to older stories and
and I as one.
like the intricacies of the personal relationships between the characters. So, yeah, apparently you can still get good stuff out of Marvel as long as Marvel's not the one working on it.
And with my last breath, I'll join the weak in reaching my hands toward the sky.
Maybe they'll let some like Japanese or Chinese company, like some place in Southeast Asia that doesn't have the problems that we have here, where everybody has to be cynical about everything all the time. Make like a Marvel turn-based RPG or dungeon crawler or something that'll be fun, and then it'll be like the good stuff.
I don't have much to say. But as it's time to part ways, here's one last piece of advice. When telling jokes,
I think that's the bigger problem with Western storytelling these days. It's just that, like, nobody can be sincere or genuine. Everything has to be cynical, and then everything else bleeds through after that.
Never mind. Maybe it's better for you not to joke.
Because, personally, being a Westerner myself,
From me.
when you tell a good Western storytelling, I prefer it, you know? You should prefer your own culture. But nobody can be sincere or genuine over here, so I end up taking stories from cultures where people can be sincere.
Try not to be too hard on yourself. There will always be people who are sad. Planet of festivities, land of the dreams. I say goodbye to my home. Should one desire to leave the stage for good,
Man, this probably looks way better on my end than it does for you guys. Alright, one day I'll get a better computer and it'll be less choppy. One day. And also one day, loading won't take forever. That's actually just because everything's on an external hard drive. My computer just does not have enough storage to store all these Hoyo games on it. Just straight up. It's a very small internal hard drive.
thing is tuning yourself. These dissonant sounds are much too harsh.
Let's see. What is the option here? I guess maybe we start breaking them? I don't know. I've never done this with a single target person before. Once we actually get her thing out, it'll be a lot easier. Yeah. Or what her ult. Once we're in her ult mode, it'll be better.
This mortal form, watch over you and guide you on your path.
Yeah, we need to get healing going. Well, that didn't help.
Echoes of the past, you need not fade away.
Okay, cool, cool. We can start ramping up now. No, actually, that was bad. I should have autoed or basicked first. Yeah, I think that's still better. Ow. Ow! I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. This may not be the comp. I don't know if I have the survivability here. We'll see. We'll see. That was painful. This is only phase 1. Oh my god, this one doesn't give you the shields like the main boss. Oh, this is bad.
A little honesty would do us good.
I should probably just be using the Firefly comp. The Firefly comp would destroy this. Oh, it does give you the shields. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. This might actually be doable. I just need to learn to pilot this comp. That's all I need to do. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, somehow we lived. Don't ask how, just somehow we lived. Ah, and I dropped it. I didn't hit that fast enough. That's my fault. I should have just been spamming one right there.
Let's play for a while.
I also don't think I put Dance 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 on Sparkle. I think it's still sitting on Trailblazer. And as we know, Dance 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 should just always be on Sparkle. Ow! Yeah, sure, why not? We're about to lose it again anyway.
This mortal form, watch over you and guide you on your path. Serenity is before me.
A little honesty would do us good. Time for revolution.
Okay, so we want to do this into this.
Countless, thus our fates become one. So fragile, like a whisper.
Let's play. Maybe you find the answer.
Oh man, I keep coming so close to somebody dying. Is that the move? No, you're gonna go again, so that's fine. Everybody's at more risk of dying than Hua Hua.
Let's play for a while.
Yes. This is somehow the move. Okay. Even though they're already right there. Trust me, this is what we're doing. We just need the buff. Ow. Oh, darn it. I forgot about her shared feeling. I should have done Sunday first.
Watch over you and guide you on your path. Serenity is before me.
You're sticky? Can you find the answer?
Ow.
Honesty would do us good. Time for revolution. Nourish threads, thus our fates become one.
I don't know. What's the smart thing to do here? What's the one that's going before Huahua? You? Yeah. Please live.
I heard the call. Out farewell.
Okay, I think we win. It was a very rough victory. But I think we win all the same. Yay. We kick Sunday's ass again. Let's see. Fitzchozo. I'll get to your comment now. I have a theory that, with the exception of Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, and the X-Men, most comic writers don't want to be working on the title they are assigned to. There are probably some other exceptions, but in general, I think most comic writers don't want to be on what they're assigned to. I would agree with that. I'd actually even say
I grant myself
Superman and Batman often fall into that too. There's a lot of times that they put somebody on Superman or Batman who hates Superman or Batman. Like, most people aren't there because they want to write the character. They're there because they want to have the job.
Sunday or Mr. One Week?
Whichever you prefer.
That's just how it is these days.
He's probably mocking me from inside right now. Thank you for accompanying me through all this, Mr. Yang. This farewell journey has come to an end.
Or maybe if they want to write the character but they want to destroy him. That might also be the case sometimes.
What are your plans after leaving Penacony?
At this point, there's no need to hide things from you. I believe there's more to the incident involving the Stellaron.
And I think that also goes back to the whole sincerity issue, right? Like, if you don't want to be writing the story that you're working on, it's not really a sincere story. And you could say, well, part of it is just doing your job. And there used to be some people that could do that, where they could just write any story because it was their job to write the story, and they would take it as seriously as possible and still churn out good stuff. Those aren't the people currently working at these companies. And I think that's another reason why I tend to prefer comics from overseas, because instead of working on this large franchise that has existed forever and now you're just a part of it, most people are just writing the story they personally want to write. So there's a more level of sincerity behind it.
Wood once told me that all the Order's efforts were aimed at avoiding the same mistakes that
But that's also why I like indie comics from over here, because in that regard, you read a webcomic, you read an indie comic, there's sincerity because people, it's their idea and they want to write it.
Montour system must be involved. Unfortunately.
I think the biggest problem with Western comics, like specifically the superhero comics, is the fact that there are these icons that have to live forever. And they were never allowed to just have like a straightforward story and allowed to die. I don't mean that they have to literally die at the end of stories. I mean letting the story die.
How could the strong defending the weak hold up? Mr. Yang, I just want to tell you this. The Harmony has more than one side. They can be the most steadfast ally of the Astral Express, or the most fearsome enemy.
Man, I can't believe I've been streaming for like 2 hours and I'm still in this quest. I don't remember it being this long. And this is the second time that I was streaming this quest.
After all this, the harmony and the preservation will keep the situation on the planet.
With the way criticism of my work goes, I will probably have to write comics I don't want to write. No, you don't. Like I've told you before, it just depends on the scope of the audience and what you want to do, right? If you want like the broadest possible audience ever, from like the most normal people, then yeah. But you know, that's one of those cases where if you want to make a comic for everyone, you kind of have to make something that's for no one.
You and I both strive for a peaceful society.
But if you want to
and you've gone even further.
Settle with having a potentially small audience of just like people who really like it, no. It's just everyone you talk to isn't part of your audience. That's the issue. You keep talking to people who just definitely aren't your potential audience.
Don't sell yourself.
But I also think another problem is you need to get better at writing in general first. Like you probably need. There is a space for writing stories you don't want to write, and that's called exercise. Right? Like you need to do writing exercises. You need to write on prompt. That's how you learn how to write better. When you get better at writing, then you can kind of write whatever you want.
About that, you've given me many insights as well. Humans are the measure of everything, and no one is the sole savior. Creating a paradise remains one of my lifelong ambitions. As I move forward,
a good way to actually... This is something my creative writing teacher used to tell me, because there are papers and magazines you can submit to for creative writing. A good way to get better at writing is to actually, in that case, write some short stories you don't want to write, but still putting all of your effort into making something good. Because with short stories, you don't have to commit to them, right? You can write something that's between 500 to 5,000 words, depending on what... the actual word count they give you, the criteria, and you're done. Like, you don't have to think about anything else. You submit it. If they accept it, boom, you're in a magazine. That's an experience that you had. You get better at writing. And you just do shit like that.
Aboard the Astral Express and travel with you for now.
And then while you're getting better at writing, you write the stories you want to write on your own, on your own, like, website. And publish them. Let people read them. Let your audience find you. You believe it or not, you can actually do both. You can write the stories you don't want to write to get exposure and experience, and you can also write the stories you want to write at the same time. Especially like prose. Prose takes just as much mental effort as any other type of art, but it takes a lot less time to whip up than other arts.
Mr. Sunday,
especially once you get better at it.
Of course, I can't make that decision alone.
Oh, you know I'm supposed to be reading Himiko. But this time's a bit different. Before making any decisions, Deus, I want to hear what you think. What do I think? About Sunday, I don't have anything to say. Oh, really? Bet your face tells me otherwise. Come on, spill it. Your opinion holds the most weight. Only because I'm the player. Otherwise, I'm like the newest guy here. Why should my opinion hold the most weight?
Please, say whatever's on your mind.
Okay. You always want to be in control. Don't like that. You're a perfectionist. Always trying to control everything, even when it comes to yourself. Although we're going to be traveling further into the unknown once we leave Penacony, I guess a change of pace could do everyone some good. You have unrealistic ideals. Absolutely. Ideals are good to have, but nothing good comes from getting carried away in fantasies. I can never agree with how you dragged everyone in that world of yours just to fulfill an illusory dream. But We are forgiving people. We can be friends, though. Nothing is certain anyway. An enemy yesterday may be a friend today. And, I don't know. He can join the crew. I don't care. Welcome aboard.
Well, you did get nerfed after turning into a good guy. So I guess I'm okay too.
Straight up addressing how when you get a boss character, they're always weaker than when they were a boss.
Perhaps I'll find the answer I'm looking for on
As
this.
Fishosa says, even the current comic I'm doing the CGI art for, I technically don't want to write, but it is a character I want to write about in another story.
Until then, rest assured that I will do
Well,
my
I
best
mean,
to fulfill my
there are sometimes you have to do something, at least one thing, that will have broader appeal than the other stuff you want to do. Right? Like, I've got many stories that have different levels of appeal to different people that I'm working on, and I'm aware of which ones will be more popular than others. Sometimes it's just something you got to do. But if you're, the problem is, like, CGI art in general for, like, comic, or you just call it computer graphic art, the integration is unnecessary because you're not integrating the graphics in anything. It's all computer, right? There's no, like, unless you're taking photos, you might be integrating them into real photography. I don't know. But if it's all modeled in the room, which is from what I've seen, it looks like the rooms and everything are modeled too, there's no need for the eye. But if you're making this computer modeled, computer graphic art, it's not going to be popular in the traditional spaces for a lot of reasons. But they can be popular online, right? Because I see a lot of that stuff online. So you might want to just think about self-publishing that type of stuff. There's even places where you can sell self-published works like that. You might want to at least make the first issue free, because I don't know if you'll be able to get an audience if you don't make the first issue free. Straight up, I'm going to be honest with you there. But you could set up like a user, like a publisher on a place like Global Comics, and you could put issues up there, and people can buy them digitally, just straight up, you know?
No, we're still not quite there.
You can, even like I said, you can make your own website. You can do like a WordPress. You can put stuff behind a paywall if you want to, but you're definitely going to have to give people a nibble, because nobody's going to be reading that right away. It's just because it's unorthodox. I've never seen a Save for Work CG story. Also, it's not a series, but a one-shot. Oh, one-shot. Well, depending if it's a one-shot, you might need to make it long enough. I don't know. Maybe you're aiming for 50 pages. If that's the case, you might want to make, like, maybe the first 10 pages free, which is easy, right? So, like, talking about Global Comics. Global Comics will let you set a certain page count for free, and then they have to pay to read the rest.
This is only a minor ripple that no one will ever notice. So, you must also understand, for a genius, the importance of asking questions.
But I have actually, I think I was telling you about this once. I have read Safe for Works computer graphic stories like that. I did like a review swap with somebody back on Comic Central when that was the thing. And it was like a jet ski race story, all done with computer models. But it does kind of put you at a disadvantage, because so much of like 3D modeled comics are just straight up porn, that if somebody sees 3D models in a comics, like a comic form, they're just going to think it's porn, right? Like, you're putting out a handicap that you have to convince people this is not porn. Like, not even erotica. Like, I think if there was more of erotica in 3D models, that would still give non-erotic stuff less of a handicap. It's like, it's all just 100% porn. There's no, like, the sex isn't servicing the plot. The plot is servicing the sex, right?
Nice.
Okay. So we finished that. Finally. Finally. So, I'm gonna go take a restroom break. Since it's been almost 2.5 hours in here. And also maybe say hello to my roommate who came home. So, after I get these achievements, we're gonna take a very quick break. Probably 5 minutes. I'll leave you on the screen, but I'll be right back in here. Oi. Okay. I have returned. I don't even know if it's been 5 minutes or not, or just we'll round up, whatever. Apparently, Marsupial's cooking pizza, so I will have dinner soon. So next thing, we could be moving on to Amphorius, which we definitely need to do. But like I said, as of the time being, where I am, it is still March 7th, and we don't have March 7th the hunt. So, War Dance, is this where you unlock March? I think we have to play through this. Let me make sure. I think so. I think that's when she was doing her training. So I think we're going to be doing this next. I think this is what we're doing. Let me double check. It's been a while since I've done this. Let's see. I use my phone to make it quick. Let's see. Progress through the main story until you reach Trailblaze Continuance Mission. March to Mastery, a Star is Born. Which is not here. Is it after this one? Is that part 2? Let me see. I think it is. I think it's part 2 of the War Dance. Where it just says like part 1 here. So we're just gonna play through this. I think this will unlock it.
Phew.
What's up, Pom Pom?
Oh yeah, this was back when everything was fully voice acted.
Just got a message from the Xianzhou La Fu. Looks like it'll conflict with our original schedule.
We're time traveling now because this happens before the mission we just did.
It's been a while, my friends on the Astral Express. How's your trailblazing expedition going?
It's going fine.
The Xianzhou Luofu will be holding the Luminary War Dance. Those who have aided the Luofu in overcoming the crisis are cherished allies of the Xianzhou.
Let's see, Fishoso asks, isn't Agent 47 already a character with mass appeal? It should make sense to make a comic about a character who's already a copy of a character of mass appeal. Well, there's two things there. He definitely has enough appeal. I wouldn't say like Agent 47 is Hitman, right? Yeah. I wouldn't say the Hitman games are super popular, but they're not like niche either. I would say they're probably middle ground appeal. And I don't know how much it is. It's definitely enough that people cosplay him. Like, I knew a guy who was like a dedicated Agent 47 cosplayer. It was cool when he would show up to the Screw Attack Gaming Convention because he would get volunteers to like assassinate. And then the hotel, since it was all carpet anyway, would let him put blue tape down in like the shape of a body, like the, you know how you do chalk outlines for police investigations and stuff. But the thing is, even though he's got enough appeal, you cannot guarantee that making a clone of a popular character will have appeal. Especially if it doesn't properly catch the reason the original character is popular, or also if it's still competing. Now, at least in your case, when's the last time a good Hitman game was put out? So maybe people are missing it. But, like, you don't want to compete directly with the character, and you also have to try to capture the thing that made that character popular. It's rough to try to actually make a copy that's good. But the best way to make a copy that's good is to genuinely like the character you're working on for who he is, or she, and not who they're based off of, right? Like, grow some admiration or some just intrigue in the version of the character you're making, and if you're sincere about it, it'll show through the work.
Fought against the abominations of abundance and protected the Xianzhou ships. Aside from star skiff performances, it's mostly martial contests. Nothing too different.
Well, I know it's a comic and not a game, but the problem is they're all sources of entertainment, and comics do have to compete with games.
What do you think, Himiko?
Believe it or not, and it's because you have to buy all of them. And sure, a comic is cheaper than a game, but you also usually get more time out of a game than a comic. It can still be a way of storytelling.
There's certainly no rush.
In the modern day of entertainment, you are not competing with just your medium. You're competing with all sources of possible entertainment.
Moving on to the next stop. With Madame
I mean, for example, here, I'm doing this to stream, but streaming is also a form of entertainment. So I'm playing this game, going through this story that I've also already played through, and I'm spending this time playing this game instead of reading a comic right now, right? And there are a couple people watching, and more people will be watching the VOD based on the numbers of the replays, and that's time they're watching me play a game that they could have been spending reading a comic. So it doesn't matter that they're actually in different mediums.
Since we've been invited, it's only right for the Astral Express to attend the ceremony. So here's the plan. Pom Pom will take everyone to the Cienjo Lafu. Mr. Yang and I will meet up with Ron Mei and fulfill our promise. Meanwhile, you, March, and Don Hung will represent the Express and attend the war dance.
It's kind of even in the game industry, people don't seem to see this, right? They'll talk about like, oh, well,
what do you two think?
These games don't compete with each other because they're different types of games. Just throw anything out. We'll put like World of Warcraft and Honkai Star Rail here, right? Now, if you pick two other types of games,
I don't hear any objections.
It would have more credence to say they don't compete, like say Monster Hunter Wilds and I don't know what's something else that came out recently that's like a standalone game. Wukong, right? Monster Hunter Wilds and Black Myth Wukong don't compete with each other, but they do because you still have to pay to get both of them. And there'll probably be some crossover and interest with each other. Now, like a comic and a video game, at least those you can buy and get to them later, right? That's a cool thing about a comic. You just put on your shelf and be like, I will read this eventually, just not right now. And I have the money for it. Monster Hunter Wilds and Wukong, they don't have to directly compete because you're like, I could buy it now. I could play it later. It does become a problem when you start comparing live service games to each other, like this in World of Warcraft. You're like, well, one's an MMO and one's a gacha turn-based RPG. So yeah, but they require a lot of time investment, and it's really hard to play both of them. So like, even if something doesn't apparently seem like it has a lot in common, there's a lot of things that are competing with each other that you wouldn't initially think out.
Stable and safe. And since he has extended an invitation, it's only right that I visit my old friend.
Is a character being stalked by a GMO hitman who is good at stealth not enough for mass appeal? I couldn't tell you that. It could be. You'll have to see and find out, you know? Because, like, the idea could be good, but it's also all about the execution. Every idea is ultimately about the execution. In fact, I actually don't know when it comes to products, but especially stories, if I believe in a such thing as a good idea. I think I only believe in good execution. There's definitely some things that are bad idea, but I think most of the bad ideas come down into execution. Well, I guess if a bad idea exists, a good idea has to exist to counter that, but again, I think it's like, there's even some things where people like, I would not read that if you just tell them the basic idea. But then if it's executed well enough, they're like, wow, that was actually pretty good.
We're not being forced or enticed or chasing after wanted criminals. And we didn't have to sneak in through the cargo dock.
Even your sales pitch is a form of execution, right? You could have a pretty good story going on, and you give the worst pitch possible for it, and then the person's like, yeah, I'm not interested in that at all. We're so easily pleased, I actually feel sorry for us.
Such is the fate of us nameless, I suppose.
Fizz, you've asked this question before, and I've given you my opinions on it. Like, in extent, I've given my opinion on it. I remember rambling about this out loud, so either I was pacing to get my opinions formulated before typing, or you've actually asked it on stream before, and I've given you my opinions. But I don't know. I guess I'll give the answer again, but without any of the explanation, because I don't feel like going back over it again. Who would win in a fight? Senator Armstrong or Albert Wesker? Just through sheer scaling of their opponents, I'm going to go with Armstrong. That's my simple... No, you asked Armstrong versus Wesker. You didn't ask about Alex Mercer before. If you want me to answer that one, I could probably give it. Alex Mercer would absolutely destroy Albert Wesker.
Did they just call us? Look at their outfits. They're from Penacony.
And that's mostly because
Are you familiar with the Cienjo Lafu?
Wesker could definitely resist Mercer's, like, takeover, for sure. Just because we saw him do it with the Ouroboros. But, like, the scaling, again, is just so different between the two. In fact, I actually think Mercer versus Armstrong would be a better fight in scale than either of these. But Mercer versus Wesker is probably thematically a bit closer.
That's great. Do you know any must-see attractions on the Lofu?
Must-see attractions on the Lofu. You've come to the right person, because I am confident about everything, even if I shouldn't be. That is the Trailblazer. That is their life.
Tourists around at the moment are here to attend the war dance, and that's why we're here too.
Yeah, we know about that ceremony, but isn't the fighting ring still closed?
I've heard the ring was actually converted from a huge decommissioned Lofu fighter jet.
Yep, it's like a huge warship. I love airships. They're the best.
The Radiant Feldspar is bigger, I guess.
But for now, all we can do is wait until the war dance starts in a few weeks before we can board it. We've still got work to do, so we can't just sit around waiting for it to start. That's why we're asking you about some must-see attractions.
We're looking for unique experiences that you won't find on Penacony. Our clients love these kinds of dream bubbles the most.
You're the expert here.
I could see why you might think that Armstrong versus Wesker is more thematic. I was more just comparing between the two fights, or I guess... No, I did just throw it out. I think either setup with... either setup against Wesker is more thematic than either setup without him, if that makes sense, right? And I think the thing you're probably focusing on here is both Wesker and Armstrong kind of have like a survival of the fittest mentality. So I wouldn't disagree with that.
Hey, that's a terrible idea. You'll get them arrested.
Dan versus Johnny, the homicidal maniac.
How about giving us some more practical suggestions?
Are we talking about Dan from Dan versus? Or is there some other Dan?
Maybe it's not such
I don't know if I can scale this. I don't know enough about both the characters.
Slow down a bit. Wait for me.
Hey, wait.
I mean, I've experienced both the characters, but I haven't seen like every episode of Dan versus.
I hope they don't get into trouble.
I've seen every episode of Invader Zim, which is tangentially related to Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, but no, I honestly just could not answer that question.
Really? Let's go catch up with him.
I just don't know enough. And I don't think it's something I'm ever just going to go researching for any reason. Yangqing!
Hey everyone, it's been a while.
It doesn't feel like it's been that long since we last saw you. But Yanqing,
With our discount Edward Elric over here.
What's up, Miss March?
They say kids grow up really fast. Yanqing, are you a little bit taller than before?
No, this is the exact same.
We've only been away for a few months.
Long time no see.
It's been a while.
Oh, you've come along too, Mr. Danhung.
I would agree that Dan is not quite as evil as Johnny. I don't even know if I would consider Dan evil.
Being so busy, things are a little hectic.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I guess there are times where he does have malicious intent, which you could consider evil, sure. I think in general, he's just kind of like a grouch.
I was a bit worried that holding the war dance right after the Ambrosial Arbor crisis might be too soon. But seeing the bustling Starskiff Haven,
But Johnny, well, yeah, he's a homicidal maniac, so of course he's just evil.
Yep. There's people from other with the war dance coming up.
But yeah, and like the problem is, I can't scale him. I'd have to actually go through and I'd have to watch every episode and look at like the things that happen, and then I'd have to like go back and like read all the Johnny again, and like
The general said this ceremony
I just don't have that information on me.
recover from the crisis. It's a way to showcase our martial spirit, reassure people, boost morale, and attract visitors from other planets to promote trade and peace. By the way, the Xianzhou Alliance places great importance on this ceremony too. The Xianzhou ships, the Zhuming and the Yaoqing, have both sent messengers to offer their blessings. Yeah, I wonder if you've heard of it. It's known as the Star Forge, and it's responsible
And
for providing
Yangqing,
more than half of the cloud
for as brief as he has an appearance, is so much cooler in Honkai Impact 3rd. I mean, actually, almost everybody on the Luofu that's based off of somebody from there is cooler in that game. I just won't get over the fact that they basically took stuff from Su Shang's kit in Impact 3rd
I'm sorry for talking your ear off.
and then gave those animations to Yangqing just covered in ice.
He's been eager to hear about how the Express has been doing.
Thank you. Yeah, but then I've got a drink. Yeah, and then like they just covered in ice and gave it to him, and then meanwhile like Su Shang, instead of getting any of her Bladeworks animations or cool stuff, they're like, nah, here's the big chicken from Impact 3rd.
All units, assemble quickly. Get ready to
Su Shang was just done dirty in this game.
I just mentioned security, and now all of a sudden something's gone wrong. Excuse me, I need to go check out the situation.
You're just as jinxed as March.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
We'll go with you.
Moonrich. Yeah, I know how these fight. Come on. Leave me alone.
Borison? Why are there Borison here? This ends now.
Is that fear I sense?
Don't come any closer!
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Let's play. Do you find the answer?
Catagons?
Okay.
Countless threads. Thus our fates become one. All lies shall be revealed.
I'll overcome the thorns. Won't let doubt farewell.
So fragile.
Aglaya is such a fun playstyle because once you're set up, like, the enemy just doesn't get to go. She just keeps going and going and going. She's like the Energizer Bunny. Except, I guess she's like the opposite of the Energizer Bunny. Because you need everybody else to battery her.
Thanks for the help?
Sorry, no time to chat.
I know she doesn't need Ting Yun, but maybe I should actually build the Ting Yun on this account just as a holdover until I play through the story and unlock Remembrance Trailblazer. Let's see. Fishosa says, I asked some other guy, but Frank Horrigan versus a Space Marine. I don't think I'm the guy who can answer this question for you.
Down to business first.
I'm assuming by a Space Marine, are you talking about Halo Space Marines? Like the type of thing Master Chief is, or are we talking about like an Ultramarine or something from Warhammer? Because that's going to be completely different scale. But I don't remember who Frank Horrigan is, so I probably can't answer this anyway.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we'll have to put our plans on hold for now.
I might even know who he is, just not by name. Like, I might just be spacing out on who that is. Oh, Anastartes? So, like an Ultramarine. Okay.
A new beginning.
Ultramarines are pretty damn strong. Like, obviously they're not even close to the strongest things in fiction. Or even their own universe. Like, they're kind of like fodder in their own universe. But if we're comparing them like a normal human or even just like a normal average super soldier, they're pretty damn strong. Because of all, I mean, they are GMOs, right? They're genetically modified humans. And And Frank Horgan is the final boss of Fallout 2 Super Mute. Oh, okay, yeah, I know who. Let me think about that.
Reshape fate and weave a new beginning.
If we're only talking about a single Ultramarine, like your average, you're talking about like the Stardies.
Reshape fate and weave
Maybe Frank.
a new beginning.
I don't know. I'd have to go back through and evaluate both of those. Actually, that might be a pretty close matchup. Because there's not really anything in Fallout that really scales to Warhammer stuff. But he was actually a pretty big deal. I mean, he'd definitely get wiped out if you send any more than one Ultramarine, like an actual troop. Like, he'd be done. But if it's just one-on-one, I might give it to him.
Don't you think it's a bit too much to detain us and our cargo?
Sorry, but we've been ordered to detain you and your cargo for inspection until we figure out the source of the attack. Once we're done with the formalities, we'll let you and your cargo go.
But this shipment isn't even meant for the Luofu, and it's IPC's patented technology. Who do you think you are to conduct an inspection?
According to the protocol, all cargo arriving on the Luofu must go through inspection.
But we didn't officially enter your dock at all. We just sought refuge in your dock because we were attacked by the Borison.
Yeah, I know. I know he killed a Deathclaw by punching it one time.
Looks like this argument could go on forever.
And as tough as Deathclaws are,
Let's not get involved in a heated dispute that won't lead to
I don't think an Ultramarine would have trouble taking one down. But, that's why I'm still saying, like, in a 1v1, I think I would probably still give it to Frank. It's just if you sent in more than one at all, like, a realistic situation is you don't normally have one walking around by itself. If you actually sent in a small troop, they would just overpower him and kill him. He might take, like, one of them out.
Who's in charge here? I need some answers.
It's my fault. We let our guard down for a moment. I take full responsibility.
With the war dance approaching, safety should be a top priority. Now, tell me, how did Borison prisoners end up in Starskiff Haven? According to the protocol, Borison prisoners should be held on a Starskiff and taken directly to the shackling prison under strict supervision without ever touching the ground. Who allowed a prisoner transport ship to dock at the passenger terminal?
Please don't blame this, Captain. This incident involves the Zhu Ming's diplomatic vessel.
Who are you?
I'm Lu Jun, an officer of the Patrol Defense Squad. Thank you for your help, Lieutenant Yanqing. The situation unfolded rapidly, and it shouldn't be held against the captain.
So there are times in this game, where, like right here,
Here's what happened.
where the person stops talking, it's set on auto, and it takes a while before it decides to progress to the next thing.
Vessel came to the rescue.
I've personally come to the conclusion, it's my hypothesis, that instead of incrementing the time for each audio and like baking that into it,
An IPC ship was attacked by
these
Borison
screens will
on
last
Luofu.
as long as the longest
Envoys saved them?
voice line in each languages, right? So if it would take
Honestly,
the Chinese language twice as long to say something as the English or vice versa, it'll stay there until all the languages would have played through. I'm pretty sure that's why.
you know, with all the outsiders flooding onto the Luofu, the Starskiff lanes are under immense pressure. The Borison desperados decided to put up a fight before the prisoner transport Starskiff could get there. And that's what you just witnessed.
That's why I think whenever you do get to one where it jumps immediately after the English is done, English was probably the longest version, that line.
Prison as soon as possible.
I see. It's an unusual situation indeed. I'll report it to the security department of
Is one of the things you have to remember about these
and
games
ask for their cooperation in handling the aftermath.
is that being a live service and they have to keep getting things out, they will find the easiest and least
Maybe I should gather more
work-intensive
details from others
solution
so that the seed of divine
for
foresight
anything
can
in the
have a better
game.
Understanding of the situation.
Oh, you look much maturer now, Yenching.
Please don't tease me, Miss March. The situation on the Xianzhou before the war dance is like a calm lake that can be disturbed by even the smallest pebble, capable of generating far-reaching ripples with even the slightest disturbance.
But at least you don't end up in a situation like Sonic Adventure 2, where the way that the dub was done, you have characters cutting themselves and others off. I know, they're kobolds, right? Yeah, totally.
Those werewolf monsters are known as Borison. They are abominations of abundance, and we've been
They're a little big to be kobolds. They dwarf most of the humans around here.
Borison have been a powerful force for a long time.
Even in the most generous version where you get like kobolds that are the size of large humans, these are still a little too big.
And the Alliance even had a fierce war with them 3 decades
Yeah, these are definitely closer to like werewolves.
Their presence has faded over the years, but who would have thought?
According to that officer, they attacked an IPC ship near the Shenzhou Luofu. Such a brazen attack seems quite unusual to me.
Yeah, that's what I find strange too. It seems like the IPC and the Borison have some serious grudges. Well, enough with the chit-chat. The General wants me to take you to the Palace of Astrum. I'd love to chit-chat a little longer, but there are some things that can't be left unchecked.
Is it a serious matter? Maybe you'll need our help in hunting down the Borison?
Oh, I'm gonna hunt a lot of them down whether they need my help or not.
It's no big deal. By the way, that young lady who just appeared, she took my sword. I'm thinking of filing a lost property report at the Realm Keeping Commission to see if I can get it back.
I doubt she did it on purpose.
No, she definitely did it on purpose.
Don't remind me. I just zoned out for a moment, that's all. Alright, let's not keep the General waiting.
These Borison,
Don't worry.
they're bastards.
Out there with that kind of talent.
Just straight up.
It shouldn't be too hard to find her.
They like to basically they enslave the Foxian people as cattle. And they hate them.
There sure are a lot of troublemakers around.
Success and failure are predetermined.
Oh, there's D-Ting. I'm not going to do whatever you want right now. Why do you want me to go? What is this other one here? Like, why is that there? On the map. There's nothing there. Like, I get it's supposed to be in here. But, like... Why would you make the map that way? It doesn't look like it's in there. It looks like it's off to the side.
It's Been a long journey, Elder White. Thank you for your presence.
Don't mention it. Thank you for taking the time to welcome me.
Oh, okay, they're done talking.
General, I brought our guests from the Express. Oh, I'm sorry for my bad timing. I didn't know you were meeting a guest, General.
Don't worry, you're just in time. It's been a while, my friends from the Astral Express.
Did you miss us?
Sure, how couldn't I have? It's not often we find such moments to reunite and enjoy one another's presence.
Since
I like Jing Yuan.
and General Jing Yuan become such good buddies.
Jing Yuan's like he's a very like
seem to be having a great
a
time.
Sun Tzu type character. He's cool. He's chill.
A lot must have happened without our knowledge. At least, I hope that's the case.
Allow me to introduce you to General Huayan. He's the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Zhuming, known as the Flaming Heart.
I also want Huayan to be playable, just because he's so different from everyone. Like it would be fun to play as like the like an overpowered little old man.
No different from other tourists who've come to attend the ceremony.
Elder Huayan is not only one of the Arbiter Generals, but also the Furnace Master of the Artisanship Commission. Besides
Maybe one
his
day.
martial skills, he excels in forging various weapons. Such talents are unique, even among the Arbiter Generals.
Be it Arbiter General or Furnace Master, these are merely titles given to me long ago. I've retired several times already, but with the current change in circumstances, the Marshal has called me back to duty, and I had no choice but to answer the call. Well, in the end, I'm to blame. Living such a long life naturally brings its share of disapproval.
It's an honor to meet you, General Huayan.
It's my honor to meet you, General Huayan.
No need to be all formal. Today I'm just a guest on the Lawfu.
Okay, I'm gonna let this just like play as I put my plate in the sink. It's taking up desk space and I don't want to look at it.
The heroes who helped you with the Ambrosial Arbor crisis?
Indeed. There's Dan Heng, March 7th, and him. Without their help, I'm afraid the Lawfu might not have easily overcome this crisis.
So, the Imbibitor Lune's reincarnation has returned to the Lawfu and will attend the war dance. I'd love to have a drink with you should the chance present itself.
Aye.
You're more than welcome, General Huayan.
And this young friend is?
Yanqing, my apprentice. He remains by my side as my retainer due to his youth, which I hope will season him with experience. He will stand for the Lawfu's Cloud Knights in the upcoming war dance, ready to take on all kinds of challenges.
Great, great! It's a real treat to see so many talented young people around here today. Oh, I almost forgot. This is my apprentice, Yoon Lee.
It's you! Oh, it's you. Hello.
Oh, you two already know each other? Guess we don't need any introductions then.
What a coincidence! I was afraid I'd have trouble finding this girl.
Oi.
Oh, now you've piqued my curiosity. Tell me, how did you two become acquainted?
She helped me capture the escaped Borisin prisoners at the Starskiff Haven. Allow me to express my gratitude for you. But when you left, you took my flying sword with you.
Which is very rude.
Your flying sword? Oh, so that's why I found a dagger in my bag. Turns out it's yours.
Yes, it is. Now that we've met again, I hope...
Nope, that won't do.
Won't do?
You want your sword back, right? Well, you can't just take it back. On the Juming, when you lose your sword on the battlefield, you have to reclaim it on the battlefield. As for this little sword, it was supposed to strike that escaped Borisin prisoner. But unfortunately, its owner's agitated state caused it to fly off like a kite with a broken string, and it missed its target. By the way, if I hadn't caught it and helped it hit its mark, that Borisin prisoner would have gotten away.
Hold on a sec, Yoon Lee. You took my sword without even asking, and now you're refusing to give it back?
So much for Lafu's swordmasters.
What did you just say?
If you just stepped up and took your sword back from me fair and square, I would have totally respected you. But nope, you tried to play it down, expecting me to just hand it back to you like it's nothing. In front of everyone. With all due respect, you don't honor your sword, so you don't deserve it.
Hasn't anyone told you that taking without asking is stealing? If you want to settle this with swords, fine. Let's have a one-on-one duel right now.
Yang Qing.
How are you supposed to have a duel if you don't have your sword?
That's more like it. Just be careful, because I'm not as easy to handle as the Borisin.
You two, be quiet and apologize to Yan Qing.
Hey! Whose side are you on, Grandpa?
I don't take sides.
He's got a really big head.
Misunderstanding, and an apology would be too much.
When you have like an old character who has a really big head like that, I think it implies that he actually used to be much bigger and he lost a lot of height through his age.
Seeing Miss Yoon Lee, who is among those ranks today, well, I must say she definitely has that fiery edge.
Such grandiose names. Some folks love to spin these fancy titles, trying to set the Cloud Knights apart. Yoon Lee is still just a young girl, a bit awkward and hot-tempered. So please forgive her if she's being rude.
Well, everyone, Elder Huayan and I have some business to discuss. For now, Yang Qing, why don't you entertain our guests and take Miss Yoon Lee to the inn? I'll find another chance to talk with you all. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Astral Express for helping the Law Fu during the crisis.
That's so kind of you. I mean, you've already thanked us so many times.
Please forgive me for coming at an inconvenient time.
You needn't apologize, General Huayan.
All right, you.
You just need to become playable.
Take this opportunity to clear things up with Yanqing.
Yeah. It's better to make friends than enemies. But I won't be heading to the inn just yet.
Especially like being a forge master. Could you imagine if he was just like flinging fire around everywhere? That'd be pretty cool.
Yanqing, once you've helped our guests get settled, go to the Artisanship Commission for me. I've heard about the attack and the detainment of the IPC ship. Qingzu sent word that the IPC members are protesting and wish to have their cargo back. See if you can calm them down. Don't get aggressive. Just make it clear that the Xianzhou Luofu has no intention of violating their rights.
I'm on it.
Okay. Where are we going? Oh, right here.
This is the report Qingzu just sent me. Let me.
That was pointless. We're gonna let you leave this cutscene you were in.
Huh.
Actually, I don't even call it a cutscene because you can't skip it. We're just the scene you were in.
He wants me to try and help
Walk 5 feet, you're in another scene. Exhilarating.
Well, it's not exactly a test. As Cloud Knight officers, we not only learn the art of war and martial arts, but also occasionally have to handle diplomatic disputes. It's just, you know, talking things out isn't as straightforward as duking it out with weapons on the battlefield. This is especially true when you're up against the IPC, with their non-stop corporate babble. Well, let's.
The IPC seems to be
Shall I take you to the inn?
a bane in the existence of everybody in the universe, but also necessary because they handle like international trade. They're like, these guys.
It is Luofu's honor to have you in attendance at the war dance. Yet, the fact that a simple martial arts ceremony has attracted esteemed generals from the Zhu Ming and the Yao Qing implies intentions beyond mere spectating. Might there be any specific instructions from the marshal?
You're overthinking it, Jingyuan. As I said, I'm here to broaden my granddaughter's horizons. I have no ulterior motives. However, I have no clue what the Yaoqing Arbiter General has in mind. Do you remember when you accepted this position? I told you that an Arbiter General's
Well, Fizz, modding is a lot of work.
You'll need to lead
But, you know, if you're passionate about it, good luck.
The title of Arbiter General holds a weight far greater than its literal meaning.
I mean, that's pretty much all modding is, right? Like, it's passion projects. That sometimes turn out to be something better than just a passion project, but
However, longevity for the Xianzhou
it is a lot of work. Sometimes modding can be as much work as, like, making a game itself.
And one day, I'll eventually catch up to you.
Depending on how extensive you're going into what you're doing with the mod.
The Marshal knows everything that has happened on the Luofu. As for the Merlin's Claw of the Yaoqing, she has come specifically for you. Speaking of which, why hasn't she arrived yet? They say the Merlin's Claw strikes like lightning, being led with style.
That's not true.
I can tell.
Hua Yan. She's been here a while, but I'm sure you've heard of her unbridled nature.
There's Zhao Chu and
She
Maza.
disembarked from the star skiff. She mentioned having something to attend to and simply disappeared.
You must be the messengers from the Xianzhou Yaoqing, I assume.
We are Jiaoqiu and Moza, retainers of the Merlin's Claw. It's an honor to meet you in person, Arbiter Generals.
Now this is interesting. A guest who doesn't come to visit but sends a message instead. What does she mean? Tell me, what could be more important to her than coming here?
Combat.
Master heard about a spectacular view in Scale Gorge Waterscape. I believe she went there to enjoy it.
Fei Xiao's the type of person who never stops training.
Did you hear that, Jingyuan? This person is being sarcastic.
Please do not misunderstand me, General Huaiyan. I was simply stating the truth. Master thought it would be inappropriate to keep you waiting, so she sent us here. Once she's finished with admiring the scenery, she'll personally come and apologize to the both of you.
I forgot to ask Yun Li to return my sword.
Like she would if you just asked.
No need to bother. The Juming envoys won't be leaving the Luofu anytime soon. I'll ask for it later when we meet again. By the way, I don't know if it's just me, but the general seemed a little reserved. Could it be because of Elder Huaiyan's visit?
Reserved? Really?
Maybe I'm just overthinking things.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he definitely seemed way more formal than normal.
I realized that the messenger from the Xianzhou Juming was actually the Arbiter General himself. So, the messenger from the Xianzhou Yaoqing must be the Merlin's Claw herself, I presume.
That's right.
Well, that's what makes this entire thing so unusual.
What's so unusual about it? They simply received an invitation from Jing Yuan.
Should the robots forming their own society be a Fallout story? I don't know. I mean, I think it could probably fit as a fine side story, right? I don't know if it would fit like a full game. But, some of the, especially New Vegas, right? Some of the side stories are long enough that you could probably do like a whole little narrative with that, and it would have fit perfectly fine in the games.
For the Ambrosial Arbor crisis?
Hold him accountable? Come on, didn't
Like, by side story, I mean like a DLC campaign or something. Something that's like not the length of the full game, but enough that you could charge for it. Expansion.
Donshu's rebellion and Ventilia's scheming are merely one side of the story to the other Arbiter Generals of the Alliance. Only a single piece of incontrovertible evidence remains, creating an endless source of potential complications.
The Ambrosial Arbor.
Yes. It's undeniable that the plague mark, which was subdued by the Xianzhou Luofu, has resurfaced. But was it really a conspiracy instigated by the Antimatter Legion? Or does it indicate a traitorous intent from within the Luofu, implicating Jingyuan himself? Once the spark of suspicion is kindled, it proves hard to extinguish.
You wanted to add a story in about the Zetans? I know they are controversial. Are they? I don't know. I don't like. I've played the games, except for 4. I refuse to play anything after New Vegas. But I don't engage with other people who played Fallout, especially the newer stuff too. I wouldn't know if they're controversial or not.
So excited. I thought those arbiter
The world of Fallout's just kind of dark. So you expect there to be things like that in there, but I just don't know how other people feel about things in those games. In fact, I think I enjoy games like Fallout more the less I interact with other people about them.
An alchemist from the Zhu Ming serving as the cauldron master on the Luofu? While it's not unheard of, the timing itself...
There are certain things where, in general, I think I just enjoy them more if I keep them to myself. Like, other people's feelings about things just taint my appreciation. No, I know what they are. Like, I remember them. I just don't know how they're controversial. Because I don't talk to other people. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I like that I think I will continue to like them more if I just never talk to anybody else about them. If they just remain a personal interest. Because other people's, they'll just taint it, you know? It won't change my opinion of it, but then I have to know what other people's opinions are. I'm like, eh.
Miss March is right. I don't have the skills to share the General's burdens at the moment.
I think if there's anything about the internet too, it brings a lot of people together so you can find communities to talk about things you like. And sometimes I think it's been a net benefit for me. But more often not. Like, I just regret knowing what other people think about things I like.
He looks like he has a lot on his mind. We can't just let him go alone. Why don't we accompany you to the Artisanship Commission?
This is too much trouble. While I appreciate your kindness, dealing with the IPC's workers could be tricky. I'm afraid this will cause trouble for the Express.
No worries. We're pretty experienced.
Brag all you want. Don't drag me into this.
Hey, who's bragging? Anyway, this time it'll just be a few ordinary IPC workers. Surely you don't think they'll be even trickier than Aventurine, do you?
I don't think we're actually going to get to the point in the stream where I get Hunt March 7th. I think that's probably going to have to be another stream.
I won't decline your kindness. Let's head to the Artisanship Commission and...
Because I don't think I just want to stay on stream that long. It's like, I'll probably cut it maybe around the 4-hour mark or whatever. Where like almost 3:30. I don't know if I'll even get to that point by then. There's definitely other stuff I need to do. I have to finish toning and lettering a page for an upcoming project. And some other stuff, so... We'll see. We'll keep to it. Where am I going? Oh, we are going to the Artisanship Commission. Got it. I'm missing a treasure chest here. I don't know where. I hate missing treasure chests. Especially because, like, on this account, I don't have Topaz, so I can't use Numby. I don't have the Herda, so I can't use her. I basically just have to go and look at a map and be like, okay. I'm missing... I have all but one. Let me go get it. Actually, I had all the treasure chests on my main account for this area prior to having Topaz at all. And I think I did it myself. Like, I didn't look for a map. I don't want to do that again. It's not worth it. I'll use a map. That's Scott. I think that was... Scott in this quest? I think he is. Yes, he is.
Ugh,
That toxic voice sounds familiar. Haven't I heard it before in Arum Alley?
You know what? This isn't my first time dealing with the Skyfaring Commission. I can handle your unreasonable ways. But straight up snatching IPC cargo, isn't that going a bit too far?
Just as I've said it many times already. Once we've inspected the cargo and completed the security check, you can be on your way. Is there something wrong with your ears, or is it just your brain?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. I'm thinking clear. And my answer is crystal clear. Not a chance. Keep detaining my cargo and I'll...
I think Scott...
directly with your general.
Scott is probably the best NPC in this game. Might even be one of the best, like, non-playable characters in Hoyoverse. They introduced him during the Arum Alley event, and he's just like this dick. This absolute dick from the IPC, which is, like... I don't know, how can I explain the IPC? I guess you could kind of... A lot of people say they're Amazon. I think they're like the space version of the East Dutch India Trading Company, but you know, they're basically the same thing. They're Megacorp. They're Space Megacorp, right? They handle every affair. They have their own stock exchange and stuff.
I was going to ask you the same thing.
And you basically had to bully him out of Arum Alley to save this, like, kind of like indigenous artisanship type of
Wherever you go, disasters aren't far behind.
bodego alley, right? Where it's just like all these things have been here forever and you don't want to lose them because they're the culture of the area.
To the Artisanship Commission.
They're in trouble?
But the thing is, like, Scott is such a well-written bad character that you love him the entire time. And they brought him back. Kind of out of popular demand. Everyone loves Scott.
I was sent here to deal with the IPC protests, Miss Shikwe. What's going on here?
As you know, this IPC transport ship was attacked by the Borisin and rescued by the Juming's diplomatic ship. Then the Cloud Knights were instructed to bring it back to the dock for repairs and inspections. And this is Mr. Scott, the person in charge of this transport ship.
So, you're Scott.
In fact, I think some people like Scott more than many of the playable characters in this game. I saw somebody put some mods where they made Scott playable just for some jokes.
I thought I'd just dock at the harbor for repairs and leave this forsaken place for good.
Yeah,
Little did I know, as soon as the ship entered the harbor, a bunch of Cloud Knights showed up.
That's okay if you're not into the game. Not everybody needs to be into everything. I like this game because I just like the Hoyo stuff in general. And it kind of scratches an itch for me, where it's like this really interconnected universe that's constantly growing. It scratches a lot of the same itches that Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts used to scratch for me a long time ago. And the cool part is they have different gameplay styles in their different games. So it's like this one's turn-based. They also have like action RPGs and stuff like that.
Possibly be weapons in your cargo hold. That's why they called me here.
And it's like, I am particularly the exact target audience for basically all of their games. But it's not for everyone. And it doesn't have to be. Though, they're trying to get the broadest appeal possible. Which I hate, because sometimes they'll take a game that had a good idea, and because, like, casuals didn't like the idea, they end up removing it, like the TV system from ZZZ, which was great. I love the TV system. And they definitely designed their characters around broad appeal, too. So it's like, I'm the target audience for their actual game design, but I'm not the person they want playing the game. You know what I mean?
In most cases, we don't.
It's like it's a conflicted marketing issue.
Contain machinery, but also some substance that resembles biological tissue.
medical tissue. Does this crate contain living things?
It's kind of like the problem with Elder Scrolls, right? And why Elder Scrolls keeps getting a little more casual over time. The actual target audience for Elder Scrolls are people who want really open RPGs, right? Like, especially if we roll the clock back to Morrowind. But what they want the player base to be is Call of Duty players. That's kind of like the issue here, where they just want casual, average phone game players to be playing these games and spending money and buying the characters and stuff, even if they're not kind of like the target audience to the mechanics and storytelling style.
It doesn't matter if it's mechanical or biological. It's none of your business. I'm filing a complaint against the Skyfaring Commission's ridiculous regulations.
And that's just a problem with trying to get broad appeal.
Mr. Scott's
You know,
stubborn and difficult to persuade.
the broader and broader you try to make your appeal, the more watered down your experience has to be.
I heard how you helped Aramali. The IPC representative back then was Mr. Scott, right? Since you've dealt with him before, it looks like I'll have to rely on you again.
What are you guys whispering about over there? Just hurry up and give us back our cargo.
Scott, you remember me, right? Yeah, it's just making it more and more bland over time. And it's becoming more bland because they're trying to attract more casual players, right? That's actually kind of just like Bethesda as a branch. Not even like the whole company, right? Because they still kind of let id do their thing. And also now they're under Microsoft. But Bethesda as a branch, that's their mindset under Todd. Luckily, I don't think that actually is the total mindset of Hoyo. It's just an example that I used. Oh, you have to do a debate.
Listen to reason and can only be
But like a lighter version of that has happened in their games already.
Does seem to follow rules to some extent. Let's use that against him.
And I think they're more susceptible to that because of the nature of the monetization of these games, where they're games you start for free, and to be able to make money, they have to try to convince you to spend money in the game, right?
Speaking of regulations, we have our own laws and regulations too. According to Article 4 of the Cienjo Alliance IPC Trade Consensus, the
Yet somehow Honkai Impact 3rd doesn't have any of these problems, and it's their oldest game that's still supported internationally. And all these other games just subsidize that. Honkai Impact 3rd is their best game. So what am I doing? My negotiation strategy here? I don't think I need to do that. I'm trying to remember what I was supposed to say.
Hey everyone, meet my old friend Scott. He's very talented, especially at imitating animals.
Stop it! Let's focus on the business at hand.
That was the wrong thing to say.
The point is writing up the past.
Oh, you're amazing! Can you teach me? Which animals can you imitate?
Just forget it. Even if we set aside the secrecy of intellectual property, these prototypes built by the Intelligentsia Guild are incredibly valuable, beyond your wildest imagination. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to pay for it even with your lives.
We should probably double.
All right, we understand your position, but rules are rules and we can't bend them now. However, we'll note down your concerns and pass them on to management. They'll keep you updated on any developments.
Besides, the cargo on this transport vessel belongs
That didn't do anything.
to the Intelligentsia Guild. If you want to inspect the cargo, shouldn't you at least call in a member of the Intelligentsia Guild to be present?
I think we're gonna lose this because I don't remember what we're supposed to say.
Since the Intelligentsia Guild entrusted the cargo to the IPC for transportation, it's the IPC's responsibility to ensure its safety, right? Why would you need a member of the Intelligentsia Guild to be present?
Let me tell you something.
Oh, see? That didn't do anything.
Of the IPC's Building Material Logistics Department
I think we lose.
Subsequent to the dispatch of goods and during their
I think I remember doing this in one shot the first time too. I just don't remember what the heck the answers are. Which, so I think I'm gonna have to do this again.
Prevent anyone with ill intentions from getting their hands on them, for example. As for whether the cargo itself poses a security threat,
Also, Scott, when did you get better at debating? You were so bad at this in RMalley.
we have reached an area beyond your expertise, doesn't it? The complexity of legal studies are indeed challenging. We both need to follow the regulations, because that's how the IPC and the Cienjo operate, right? As an IPC worker, I have to abide by its regulations. If I make an exception and allow you to inspect the cargo, it'll spell disaster for me.
Everyone has their own set of rules. Now that you're
Yeah, I think we lost.
Shouldn't you follow their rules too?
Yeah, I get it. I know I'm on the Cienjo, but if I violate the IPC regulations, I'll be in deep trouble when I get back.
Dang. Okay, we'll try again.
All right, that's enough. I'm not going.
Or I guess we don't get to try again.
But now it seems you Cienjo folks just don't understand.
I didn't know you could actually just straight up fail. Okay. Props to the game. There's a lot of times they just don't let you fail.
We've signed a confidentiality and security agreement with the Intelligentsia Guild, and if we breach it, we'll have to pay a hefty sum. Even if we sold the souls of every employee in the marketing development department on this planet, it still wouldn't be enough to cover the costs. Listen up, kid. I don't mind delaying this transport for a few more days. Once the engines are repaired, our ship will leave immediately, and you won't have any reason to inspect the cargo.
If that's the case, I can assure you the Cloud Knights won't let your ship leave.
Oh, really? Then you'll receive a ton of complaints from the Intelligentsia Guild and the IPC's Marketing Development Department. You're too young.
I know somebody from the Intelligentsia Guild. Couldn't I just call Dr. Ratio?
Since you put it that way, Mr. Scott, I'll take it as your agreement to the inspection procedure. Now...
not so fast, you little brat. According to the IPC regulations, I have the right to arm myself and protect the property on my transport ship.
I thought you were reasonable and civilized. But now, it seems the IPC just wants to play by its own rules.
So do I just get to beat him up instead?
Apologies, Mr. Scott.
Stop him, guys! For the Amber Lord! For the Amber Lord!
I mean, I guess that's fair, right? If you fail negotiations, just handle it with violence. Ow.
This mortal watch over you, guide you on your path.
Catadons?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter which one we attack.
I'll overcome the thorns. Serenity is before me.
Is that fear I sense?
Oh, I thought that would be enough. Ow!
Threads. Thus our fates become one.
Aglaya has, like, absolutely no survivability whatsoever.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
I heard the call. Farewell.
A little honesty would do us good.
Your most basic bad guy just chunks her. I don't know. I need better build on her. She needs some defense, I guess. Not a lot, just some.
All of you! Why is the IPC even paying you? You're a bunch of losers!
Just be grateful that that little brat showed you mercy. At least your staff aren't seriously injured. How do you IPC cronies have the audacity to fight Cloud Knights? You practically assaulted law enforcement officers.
Another one? Who the heck are you?
I may be a bit late, but the good news is I'm here now. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lingsha, Cauldron Master and head of the Alchemy Commission on the Lawfu.
Could she be?
Yeah, she's the new Cauldron Master assigned here from the Xianzhou Juming.
I received a report from the Artisanship Commission about cargo containing samples of unknown organisms. It said they needed help from the Alchemy Commission. I had nothing better to do, so I came.
Oh, you know what? There's another example pointy ear people. I was talking about this earlier. I couldn't remember if before Enforce we got any. The Vidyadra, which only includes Dan Heng in his Imbiber Lune form. All the dragon people on the Lawfu have pointy ears.
It doesn't matter.
Completely forgot about that.
It doesn't matter? How can you say that?
Probably because I don't have a lot of them. I think I've got like Bailu and that's it. I wanted Lingsha. She's like the best healer in the game, and also she's more of a damage dealer than a healer. Like she's gonna keep your whole team alive, but
Sure. Why should I?
she does so much damage that she sometimes looks like she's the main damage dealer on your team.
Yours to keep. Like I said, we won't inspect them.
Wait a minute!
Well, that's more like it. If only the young displayed a more reasonable attitude.
Dragon people or people with dragon tails? A lot of them don't even have dragon tails. They are dragon people. Like,
Our ship will leave in a few days once the
they descend from dragons.
Your ship can leave whenever you want.
Some of them even still have dragon forms. And they go through a cycle of rebirth. So they're technically immortal. But they don't retain their memories, so they will grow old. They'll go back into the sea, they'll return to like an egg, and then they'll be born again. In like a samsara cycle.
Since we can't determine if your shipment is safe for the environment, I guess we'll have to wait for its biological activity to expire. Let me check the previous cases.
I'm trying to think which ones have dragon tails. Maybe Bailu has a dragon tail? She's kind of special though, because she's like the current elder dragon, despite being a little kid. Most of the other ones don't at all.
Why so surprised? You're still young and full of energy. I'm pretty sure you'll live a few more decades. Have some confidence in yourself.
Ha! Typical of a long-lived species. Your words are dripping with sarcasm. While you may not care about time, I do. I'll be demanding double compensation from the Skyfaring Commission for every minute wasted.
Sure thing, Mr. Scott. You seem pretty confident that your career and life will last long enough to witness this victory unfold.
Step aside, guys. Let them do the inspection.
But, Mr. Scott...
Come on, we're already in enough trouble. Just let them do the security inspection. And if needed, I can always grovel before the Intelligentsia Guild later. I'm just using my head for what it's apparently good for, right? Well, honestly, at least you're not as annoying as that woman.
Yeah.
For all Just do the inspection.
This lady is really something else.
Is this the IPC product?
Listen up. Any damages caused by inspections will be filed with the IPC.
I want to break that thing.
Turn it off.
Yeah. I know how that thing works. Let's go.
Oh, how unexpected. That was a surprise.
Too much commotion for my taste. Time for revolution. Ha!
Serenity is before me.
Don't come in.
Fiend or devil, I'll crush them all.
Is that fear I sense?
Yes, we will hit.
Countless threads, all within my grasp. Thus our fates become one. So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
I'm gonna hold everyone back again. I'll go easy this time.
See, that doesn't really matter. I think we'll do it. I do like advancing him. Just because it'll give him more crit damage. Which buffs his thing. And even though they're already right after him, he just gives them more damage. Ow, you hurt. You hurt so bad.
Stay put.
Thank you, friend. So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Playing with fire with how squishy my characters are.
Were you seriously?
This Borison stuff is going to be really hard on this account without adventuring.
Way too dangerous.
Adventuring makes dealing with them like nothing.
I had no idea about it.
I might actually have to make some of my characters tougher. Or I might have to switch what characters I'm using. Like I might have to go back to Firefly.
I don't think trying to shift
Just because sustain is so much easier with Firefly. Not only does she sustain herself, but just like the Gallagher Super Break team and everybody hitting and healing themselves when they hit, it's just going to be easier.
Miss Shikwe, please escort our IPC guest to the Skyfaring Commission.
I'm on it. Please follow me, Mr. Scott. Our preliminary inspection shows that there is indeed hidden biological tissues inside, just like the craftsman feared. I can't even tell if it's ingenium or biological in nature.
Oh, they just drip marketed the new the next ZZZ character.
The core of this device is what they call wetware in industry slang. To put it simply, this machine
It's a skip for me.
with a biological nerve as its control center.
I'll take some samples for the alchemist to analyze and figure out where the biological tissue comes from.
Why would the Intelligentsia Guild use such unethical technology? Perhaps they're trying to create a new weapon?
Whatever the reason is, it's probably why the Borison attacked the ship. No wonder the IPC were trying to obstruct our inspection. I'll contact the Ten Lords Commission and ask the judges to come and give their final verdict on this. According to our rules, All prisoners and weapons involving dangerous creatures must be taken to the shackling prison for further sentencing. After all, it's the safest place on the Lafu. As for you, Mr. Craftsman, please
See,
go
if
with
it says
the
knowing
Claudia and
anime
explain the
tropes,
situation to the judge.
I automatically assumed it was dragons who always transform into cute anime girls for merch reasons. No. I mean, one of them is like a cute little girl, but there's story reasons for that. But even this guy right here, Don Hong, the dude in green on the far left, he's a dragon person. He's just completely disguised as a human. And he's been with you from the beginning. He does have a form where he's more like his normal Vidyadra form, where his ears become pointed and he's got like these spectral horns coming out of his forehead.
Thank you for saving my life. Your sword skills were impressive.
But yeah, no. They're just like a normal race of people. They're treated like a normal race of people with its own history and everything.
I thought the general's retainers were all burly martial masters. I didn't expect Yenching to be so...
Young. Cute.
Can't argue with that. As for you,
He is kind of a twink.
from the Astral Express, right? Saving the Lafu from that crisis.
But, I mean, he really isn't. He's a teenage boy. Most teenage boys just have that build. It's like, that's the state of being a teenage boy.
It wasn't a big deal. Really.
I had a similar build when I was a teenage boy.
So why don't we get some tea at the Alchemy Commission?
Heck, in some ways, I barely still don't have a similar build.
I'd be happy to accept your invitation.
And you three are coming too, right?
No, my build is more like Kalis, the main character, except I'm probably a little bit shorter than him. I'm assuming he at least has an inch or two on me. Of course, then again, maybe he doesn't. I forget this game is made by Chinese people. He might be 5'6", I don't know. Actually, we are getting to the end of the stream. Because I want to cut it off in like 6-ish minutes. I'm trying to think how long this next scene will be. Let me grab my achievements. How much of this do we have? That's a few pulls, right? Let's see. It's like the front 480. Yeah, we've got a couple pulls. I don't know. It's okay if we cut it a little late. We might just play the next scene. I wish there was more combat. That's actually my biggest problem with these games. I love them, but we're talking about like actual gameplay to story ratio. Sometimes it feels like you might as well just be watching a show or reading a book, you know? Like, I'm playing a video game. Throw me some more battles or puzzles or something in between the different scenes. Give me something to do.
Nostalgic than our homeland.
You're a Lofu native, Miss Lingsha?
Yes, I grew up here, listening to the sound of waves while researching prescriptions with my mentors and peers at the Alchemy Commission. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Everything changes, but somehow remains familiar. Just like you, Don Hung, I traveled far from home, and now I've returned. Seeing the familiar scenery brings back a hint of nostalgia.
The view here would be even better without the ambrosial arbor.
Oh, really? I think that towering tree looks pretty impressive.
Even if it's impressive, it's a plague mark. The Xianzhou have been fighting abominations for thousands.
See, it's just it says in anime, everything has to be sexy or else it isn't marketable. I don't want to say that's entirely true, but you are going to see that a lot because anyone in marketing will tell you that sex sells. Like, that is just true. It has been true since the beginning of time, and that will just always be true. So, it's not that it isn't marketable, it's just immensely more marketable if it is sexy. So it's going to outweigh other things. And it's why all characters look human, even if they shouldn't. I mean, even whether a character shouldn't look human is going to be entirely on the creator and never on the audience, because you're not the creator. If you think something shouldn't look some way, go create your own thing. That's just how fiction works. Oddly enough, especially if you are marketing to young boys, gross things are marketable because young boys like gross things. So, like, there's an aspect of it depends on who your target demographic is. And when I mean young boys, I mean prepubescent.
My bad. Well, since you went through the entire Ambrosial Arbor crisis firsthand, Dan Hung and Lieutenant Yan Qing, I'd like to discuss something with you.
I think once you hit puberty, then even like I still like some gross things because there's that boyish nature in me. But the vast majority of guys are still always going to prefer sexy over other things after your balls drop. Like that's just gonna be true for most people. And I think even like to a different degree, that's true for women too. That after puberty, they prefer sexy things.
It seems impossible. I'm looking to remedy this problem, but was wondering if you could provide any insights.
Well, even though I'm a Vidyadharan like you, I'm an outsider, just like my companions here. I can't really say much about a remedy, but I do have a piece of advice, Miss Ling Xiao. The Vidyadhara and the Alchemy Commission on the Luo Fu have always been intricately connected.
See, how come magical girl sidekicks that never have personalities or engage with the plot? I mean, I don't think that's necessarily true. There's definitely stories where that is true. I'm not gonna say you're wrong there. But like you take Sailor Moon for example, and the sidekicks are the cats, right? Like Luna and Artemis, and they do have personalities and they do engage with the plot. So I don't know. It's going to vary from story to story.
Disciples of Sanctus Medicus have been operating within the Alchemy Commission for years. If you're determined to root them out,
like
maybe you should discuss it with the general.
Luna's personality is that she's a motherly figure that's always reprimanding Usagi for her like really childish behavior that she deserves, and it's constantly happening through the entire series.
Thank you for your valuable insights.
Now, I am picking like the best example of a magical girl series that is also built more like a typical henshin series than anything else, right? Like you could put a bunch of guys in the same place, tweak certain aspects of the plot because it is a girl-centered plot where them being girls do matter. But like you could tweak it enough and it would work for more than just the magical girl genre, right? Like the Sailor Scouts are barely different than making a series about like the Kamen Rider or like Super Sentai or something, right? but I'm just still using that as an example. There are some other ones out there.
Forebears knew this well, and that's why they entrusted the duty of guarding the roots of the arbor to the Vidyadhara. However, the Vidyadhara are still.
But there are also a lot of like really, really bad magical girl series because, like any popular genre, it's gonna be mostly filled with crap. I think you could say that about almost any genre ever. There's some like good things that stand out of it, and then the bulk of it's gonna be like, why was this even made?
Unfortunately, even though she
Like I don't argue with people when they say that battle shonen is mostly slop. It is. There's some pretty good battle shonen if you're into it, if you like that genre. But like the vast majority of it's slop, and people just remember the good parts. You know, like You can pick any genre at all. It's the same.
And guess who arbitrated the case and handed down the sentence? None other than General Jing Yuan himself.
What?
You heard it right. The ones responsible for the corruption in the Alchemy Commission are not just the remnants of the disciples of Sanctus Medicus, but even the Divine Foresight himself. Alas, why is your face turning pale, Yanqing? Don't worry about it. I understand that when someone holds a position of power, they may sometimes have to make tough decisions.
I think you're imposing rules that don't exist because FMA doesn't break any rules of anime. There are no rules that FMA is breaking.
Lingsha, you're back! I've been waiting ages for you. Yunli, why aren't you with your grandpa? What brings you to the alchemy?
It is an example of peak within a genre. I will agree with that. But, you know, like any genre, you could probably find what the best stuff is.
What a small world. You stole my sword. Give it back.
I see. Let's skip the introduction part then.
Why do I keep bumping
Oh my
into
god,
you?
I'm still in this scene.
Are you stalking me or something? Of course not. Unlike you, Miss Yunli, I have important things to take care of. You, on the other hand, seem to have all the time in the world to wander around without returning my sword.
You said Made in Abyss most definitely breaks tons of rules. Like I've told you before, I'm familiar enough with it. I've been in conversations with people. I know some random stuff on it, but I've only watched like the first hour, like the first 3 episodes. So I can't really speak on it to confirm if that is true or not. Like I'll take your word on it, but at the same time, I'm highly skeptical because I think a lot of these rules that you impose don't actually exist.
Me who took your sword. It was you who lost focus.
Do you really expect me to believe that nonsense? I've been taking it easy on you because you're a guest from the Juming, but you're not taking the hint. Don't people from the Juming know you're supposed to return what you've borrowed?
Though, you know, I have looked more into it. I feel like, I know there's some Made in Abyss video games. I think there's even one for the Switch. While in, like, comic, I know there's like a webcomic version. In both comic and anime form, it just does not appeal to me. I'd probably be more likely to engage in it in video game format. Just because, like, you're being active in the story when you're playing in a video game.
Cloud Knight must never let slip their weapon. Yes? Well, sure.
I'd probably consider playing through it. I don't know how much of the story that it covers.
That's a whole different story.
Poor flying sword. Fine. You don't have to give it back because I'll take it back myself.
Between these two, Who do you think is tougher?
I also was watching, who was
Don't
it?
get me wrong. I'm just curious.
I think I was watching Henya the Genius and Doobie 3D play
Get ready to separate them.
a mod of Minecraft where it's like made in Abyss. You're actually going down the abyss of Minecraft. I don't like Minecraft and anything, but it was fun to watch them play that.
Since you don't approve, I won't draw my sword here.
Yes, I know it was originally a webcomic, yeah.
I didn't mean it in that way.
That's why I mentioned, like, I know there was a webcomic of it.
Swords, you'd be disappointed if you didn't get to test one another, right?
It only covers the first season? Yeah, but you know what? I think that's fine, right? Because if that was enough to get me engaged in it, and by the end of the game I was still, like, down, I'd probably end up watching the rest of it afterwards. It's just the way it is in animated form is it's just not engaging me. And it's hard for me to force myself to watch past episode 3. And again, like, I've never called it bad. I don't think it's bad. I just think I'm not the target audience for it.
It's the Cloud Knight's duty to eliminate those abominations. You don't have to ask me twice, Miss Lingsha.
Especially because, like, it's a critically acclaimed series. It's rated, like, one of the top fantasy series out of Japan in general. So, like, I'm not going to call it bad or anything. That's not an opinion I would ever have of it. It's just not for me.
It's so heartwarming to see both of you being so sweet and caring. So then,
But I also think, like, I don't know, so much of the stuff from it comes from video games that I've already played. Like, I can see the inspirations on it. That's probably why I would be more likely to engage in it in video game form.
ever since the disciples of Sanctus Medicus,
What's the main thing that turned me off?
their experimental
The writing.
abominations have been festering here.
Right? Like, I was watching it fan subbed. So I don't even know if there's a dub. I don't know how the dub is, if it ruins it or not. But I was watching it fan subbed, and it just within that hour, and that's usually what I give most series, there was just nothing about it that was gripping me. The writing was pretty... How can I describe it? Definitely lackluster. It's more the dialogue than anything. I think the dialogue was just overall lackluster.
To compete against each other, I don't want to see either of you getting hurt.
There's even a Bioshock. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, for sure.
That's really thoughtful of you, Cauldron Master.
So, are you both ready?
But that's the thing, like, if I could get past that, I think I would really like the world building of it. I've dug into the world building since, right? I've even looked like a map of it. It is a little interesting how it's almost like a Clipoth, the way the world building is. They're doing like a journey to the center of the earth thing, but it's almost like a reverse world tree, just into the ground. There's like different layers and stuff. The world building seems cool. That's just not enough for me to watch a show, right? If I could dig into it more in other ways, I could probably be interested in. It's just in show format, it's not doing it for me. Now, I also have not read the webcomic. I might even like it more in comic form. I have not given it a chance in comic. I have not gotten around to that. I just know I don't like the animation. Also, we are over time. So we're going to... Oh yeah, we can pause and save and come back into this. We're going to do our pulls. We're going to... I think we've got like 4 on Tribby, and then we're going to wrap up and close the stream. There are a lot of times where... Especially because I just do really like the medium of comics. There's a lot of times where like the animation of something, as much as I like animation, just isn't doing it for me. And it's probably because animation as a media is so multifaceted, right? where it's not even just like what the dialogue is, but it's also the execution of the dialogue, like how the actors do it, how the animated characters on screen are executing, like matching up with the actors. Like there's so many things that go on in animation where you can lose somebody. In comics, your imagination can fill in some of those gaps too. So even though you see the character in the panel and you have an expression, you only see that one frame of them, right? So you can create a voice in your head. You can even kind of decide how the characters are executing it. It's a lot easier to get engaged, I think, because there's that participatory aspect of comics. Novels are the same way. Like if you're reading a book, you kind of have to imagine everything. As much as people love animation, and I do, or even like live action, when all the work is being done for you before you get to the screen, you're almost at a handicap, actually. Right? Because you have to try to engage those extra parts of the viewer's imagination that you're losing from them not participating in it anymore. Yeah. Okay, we got a 4-star. Cool. What else we got? Junk. Junk. No, actually another 4-star. We got 2 Gwynifen. Cool. She is not built on this account at all. But we also have like no need to build Gwynifen. Oh, I don't have enough for another one. Okay, I thought we had one more pull than we do, but we don't. So that's it. That's it for the stream. Thanks for coming around, especially you, Fizz shows. We were here for most of the time. I know you left at one point. I know there were some other people here throughout the stream, and there'll be people watching this afterwards. So thank you all for watching. If you made it this far, I had a fun time on stream. We're trying to catch up with the story. We'll eventually get there. Technically, I know we sidetracked to get March, which we still didn't end up getting her. We'll probably continue this next time because she is one of the most valuable characters in the game, and I just don't have her on this account. But yeah, we'll eventually get caught up, and then once we're caught up, we can keep up with the story. And I can play it when we're live. So take it easy, and we should be back on schedule this Monday for Super Serial Showtime, and then Game Central Junction on Thursday. We're done moving. Everything's set up. So